Chapter 1083. The sect of all times had just caused a ruckus in Taishan Xingzong and shocked the powerhouses from all over the world. Who would dare to reject an invitation from them? Would they just go and be done with it? Not to mention the money, they should at least bring some gifts. The Go Xing invited were all reputable people. They definitely couldn't go with just their mouths, so they would naturally be prepared. Thinking about it this way, he gave the Taishan Xingzong nearly 10 million ores and herbs, so he could make up for some of it from them. The loss wasn't too big. As for the 100,000 six-pointed star stones, Jun Changshao was willing to take them out for his disciple, so he naturally wouldn't mind. At most, well, when he ran out, he would take the things to the Nine Heavens continent to exchange. Although there weren't many plots left in the plain battlefield, its use had been raised to another level. It was used as a transfer station for transactions. If he lacked high-level spirit stones, he could go to other planes to exchange for them. Beep beep. In the cafeteria, Jun Changshao sat down and said, "On the 6th of next month, your senior brother will hold an engagement ceremony. I'll leave the matters of the banquet to your dining hall." Yes. Lu Wancher nodded heavily, then began to prepare. She personally went to the Patriarch, hoping to transfer some money. After all, it was very expensive to hold a big banquet. The stingy Yuan Gongzi immediately transferred a lot of money. The Patriarch dared to give the Taishan Xingzong a super luxurious betrothal gift, so he must value Su Xiaomao very much. The banquet of the engagement ceremony couldn't be careless. 10 days later, on the 4th of the new month, the disciples began to get busy, and the sect was suddenly decorated with lanterns and colored banners. Martial artists from all over the world entered Ironbone Town one after another. The number of people expanded from a few hundred to a few thousand, and there were even people rushing over on horses. I'm afraid that just the money from the gifts alone will be a considerable amount of income. Jun Changshao, who was sitting in the main hall, used his spiritual senses to envelop Ironbone Town at the foot of the mountain. Looking at the warriors coming and going, a smile appeared on his face. The warriors who came early would definitely need food, drinks, and lodging. Moreover, all of them were rich, so they would naturally bring a lot of benefits to Ironbone Town. This was especially true for the Tang's elixir store, which was located in the town. It had always been a popular business, but now it was crowded with people both inside and outside the store. Whoosh! Outside Ironbone Town, City Lord Han landed and walked into the town. Due to the strength of the sect of all times, martial artists from all walks of life were forced to attend the engagement ceremony. When he received the invitation, not only was he very happy, he even hoped that the day would come sooner. Mu Changhong, Situ Haoyun, Yi Tianxing, and other people who had a good relationship with Jun Changshao were naturally happy to congratulate him. He even thought that exchanging cash gifts for a sumptuous banquet was definitely a good deal. Without sufficient strength and status, it would be difficult for cultivators from other provinces to receive an invitation. However, in the Azure Sun County, as long as they were from a sect or clan, regardless of their cultivation level or strength, they would all receive an invitation. Even Qin Haoren, Shen Tong, and the others were on the invitation list. Of course, their ally, the Blue Mountain sect, was indispensable. Not only did they arrive early, but they were also invited to the sect of all times and placed in a VIP courtyard. Patriarch Li Qingyang reported, "Palace Master Shi is here. Quickly invite her in." As the second ally of the sect of all times, Ingenious Flower Palace also received high treatment and was placed in an independent courtyard adjacent to the Blue Mountain sect. Jun Patriarch did not hesitate to become enemies with the entire world for his eldest disciple. "This master-disciple relationship is admirable," Shi Jingxian said. Jun Changshao said, "You flatter me, Palace Master Shi. The system instigated, using cheesy words at this time will definitely work. Host, why don't you try it?" Scram. Speaking of cheesy words, Goshing felt sad. Because after many tests, he was completely in the 0-1 range, so when he burned it, he swore that he would never say it again. The system said, "Sai, if you don't use it on the right person, it will be intolerable for him to be single." Palace Master Shi Jun Changshao said, "Disciples' engagement is coming soon, and there are many things to take care of. Jun, please excuse me." Shi Jingxian smiled. "This is not the first time I've been to the Sect of all times, so I'm very familiar with this place. Jun Patriarch, you don't have to mind me. Go do your own things. Goodbye." Jun Changshao left the courtyard and pointed at Li Fei, who was hanging lanterns in the distance, saying, "Brat, hang them properly for me." Shi Jingxian walked out of the courtyard with nothing to do, admiring the majestic buildings and fairyland-like scenery along the way. After walking for some time, she suddenly stopped because Lu Qianqian appeared in front of her and said coldly, "The back of the mountain is restricted. Trespassers are not allowed to enter." Shi Jingxian responded, then looked at the woman who was excellent in both appearance and temperament. She smiled. "Jun Patriarch is willing to become enemies with the world for Miss Lu. How enviable." Lu Qianqian did not say anything. Shi Jingxian pointed at the scenic spot in the distance, saying, "Can I go there?" "Yes," Lu Qianqian said calmly. Shi Jingxian said, "Goodbye." Lu Qianqian frowned as she watched the palace mistress of Miao Hua Palace leave. She thought to herself, what did she mean by that? The 6th day of the new year. It was an auspicious day. The sky was just beginning to brighten. A large group of martial artists walked up the long stairs to the entrance of the Sect of all times. Southeast Shi Province, Helen City, Chui family. Gift of 500 artificial spirit stones. Southwest Yang Province, Qingyang City, Li family. Gift of 1,000 artificial spirit stones. Northeast Lu Province, Li Tiantian took out a loudspeaker and shouted as the masters and elders of the sects entered the Sect of all times. Sima Zhongda urged, "Don't keep shouting. Let me shout as well. Let me show my face. Go rest somewhere else. Jun Patriarch, congratulations on your disciples' engagement. Congratulations to you, congratulations to you." Jun Changshao, who was standing in front of the main hall, welcomed the various heroes who had come with him with a warm smile on his face. About 2 hours later, martial artists from all over the world sat at the banquet table in the martial arts arena. The people involved in the engagement, Su Xiaoma and Xia Shuiyun, also appeared on the engagement stage. The engagement ceremony was very simple. The closest relatives sat in the main hall and were served tea by the engaged couple. Su Xiaoma's parents were a little nervous. After all, they were just ordinary people, and they were surrounded by martial arts experts. The scene was a little scary. However, when they saw their beautiful daughter-in-law kneeling down, a smile appeared on their faces. Xia Shuiyun's parents sat on the side of the bride's side. They were not very talented in martial arts. Although they were disciples of the Taishan Xingzong, they were always running the sect's businesses outside and rarely came back. Father-in-law, mother-in-law. Su Xiaoma knelt down and handed them tea. "Please have some tea." F***ck Jun Changshao, who was sitting in front of the main hall, thought to himself, "This guy is really thick-skinned. He's calling me that before they're even married." The system said, "How can he find a wife if he's not thick-skinned?" It had always been puzzled. When it came to thick-skinned, the host had resisted the upper realm's palm print. His quality was guaranteed, so why was he still single? Could it be that he was too thick-skinned, and there was no room for improvement in his EQ? After Su Xiaoma and Xia Shuiyun served tea, the engagement ceremony ended. As a man, he had to invite the congratulatory guests to a good meal. Otherwise, wouldn't the money be wasted? "Serve the wine and dishes," Jun Changshao said loudly. The dining hall was in charge of serving the dishes, and the drizzle hall was in charge of serving the wine. The dishes were made by Lu Wanshi, and the wine was made by Lan Kong. Of course, they were all ordinary wines, not the drunken dream that could increase the speed of psionic energy. However, a professional brewer, even the ordinary wine brewed by him was the best in the world. Therefore, when everyone started to eat, they were first shocked by the delicious food, and after drinking, they instantly soared to the 9 heavens. Junior brother Yi. Li Fei put 2 big jars of wine on the table and smiled. Today is senior brother Su's engagement day. You can't be a wet blanket. Yi Xingchen frowned. Thinking that he would have to face the drunken dream in the future, he said heroically, "Fill it up." "Okay. Junior brother Yi, you're a real man." Seeing that Yi Xingchen was planning to drink, Li Qingyang hurriedly sent a telepathic message to Lu Wanshi. "Junior sister, is the livestock pen locked?" "It's locked. I even asked Elder Zhen to reinforce it with a formation." "Then there's no problem." After eating and drinking to their heart's content, everyone bid farewell and left. Before the ceremony, they had an expression of carrot. After leaving, they had an expression of carrot. Looking at the mess in the martial arts field, Jun Changshao shook his head and said, "Hurry up and clean it up." Boom. Suddenly, there was an explosion. Li Qingyang instantly determined that it came from the livestock pen, so he covered his head and said, "Junior brother Yi can't have broken the formation and entered, right? P.S. Add 103. Chapter 1084. Lu Wanshi was really worried that Yi Xingchen would run to the livestock pen again. Not only did she lock the door in advance, but she also had the foresight to ask Elder Zhen to set up all kinds of formations. There shouldn't be any problems now, right? The little girl underestimated Pei Ania's determination to separate from the bed when he was drunk. After the banquet ended, he walked over unsteadily. When he realized that he couldn't enter, he directly destroyed the formation. When Li Qingyang heard the news and rushed over, he found that junior brother Yi was covered in dust from the explosion, but he was sleeping comfortably inside. All kinds of livestock were shivering in the corner. "Mom, why is this human here again?" Sigh. Li Qingyang carried the drunk Yi Xingchen and shook his head. "Can't you drink less?" Jun Changshao was quite puzzled when he heard this. Why did this kid like to go to the livestock pen every time he got drunk? It wasn't until he asked Hui that he understood. Pei Ania was born poor and raised cows and sheep for a living, so he had special feelings for livestock and the livestock pen. The next day, Yi Xingchen sat in the courtyard expressionlessly. Although he had a splitting headache because of yesterday's drinking, it couldn't compare to the pain in his heart. He wanted to raise his head and shout, "Why is this happening?" Patriarch. In the main hall, Yuan Gongzi skillfully turned on the abacus and said, "Yesterday's gift money was converted to artificial spirit stones. The total is 5.6 million spirit stones." Not bad. Jun Changshao smiled. He gave the Taishan Xingzong ores worth 10 million spirit stones and received so many spirit stones as a gift money. It was a way to make money. "I'm going to make a fortune with 78,000 spirit stones." Yuan Gongzi added, "Preparing for the engagement and banquet cost 5 million spirit stones. It doesn't matter. Compared to 5 million spirit stones, 5 million spirit stones was not worth mentioning." After the engagement ceremony, Xia Shuiyun followed her parents back to Taishan Xingzong. At the same time, she gained another identity as the fiancée of the third disciple of the Sect of All Times. With the Sect of All Times' current prestige in the Jianghu and Jun Changshao's extremely protective personality, once his identity was revealed, he would definitely be more powerful than a Taishan Xingzong inner sect disciple. Shui Yun. Before she left, Su Xiaomao walked her to the foot of the mountain. He reluctantly held her small hand and said, "The patriarch agreed to let you stay. Why did you refuse?" "I'm still a disciple of Taishan Xingzong. How can I stay in the Sect of All Times?" Her parents were present. Being held by this fellow caused Xia Shui's face to turn red. Su Xiaoma wasn't embarrassed at all. You're my woman. You'll marry me sooner or later. Why don't you join the sect of all times as soon as possible? Moreover, he said seriously, you can improve your martial arts realm faster here. I have an ice element physique. Taishan Xingzong is the most suitable place for me to cultivate. We'll talk about it after I marry you. Xia Shuiyun blushed and turned to leave. Although the sect of all times had all kinds of martial arts resources, in terms of ice element cultivation, it was completely incomparable to the Taishan Xingzong. After all, they had always focused on ice element cultivation. Didn't Lu Qianqian also decide to temporarily leave the sect and head to the cold Luzhou in the northeast to improve her strength? All right. Su Xiaoma waved goodbye and said, Shuiyun, I'll visit you in Taishan Xingzong every few days. Although these words were beautiful, after seeing Xia Shuiyun off, he immediately entered the training tower, the space-time secret realm, and the life and death secret realm to cultivate. In terms of cultivation level, he was far behind Li Qingyang, Xiao Zuiji, and the others, but there was a clear gap between them in all kinds of tempering. Therefore, he had to put aside the matter of romance and make up for it as soon as possible. The feud between the sect of all times and the Taishan Xingzong basically came to an end after Su Xiaoma and Xia Shuiyun got engaged. It didn't develop into a big fight. It was perfect that they would fight to the death. Hall Masterly. Jun Changshao came to the drizzle hall and said, Find out where Fong Lingyu went as soon as possible. Lu Qianqian didn't kill this woman, only crippling her hands and cultivation. However, he had to eliminate the root of the problem to prevent the second rise of the villains, which would bring potential danger to himself and the sect. Understood. Li Luoqiu ordered the outside intelligence network to start a thorough search. After Yu Linyun took over as the acting sect leader, Fong Lingyu and Elder Chu quietly left. There was no news of them after that. Patriarch. A few days later, Li Luoqiu reported, Fong Lingyu seems to have disappeared into thin air. I've searched all 9 major states but couldn't find her. That's a bit troublesome. Jun Changshao frowned and then asked, Is there any news from the soul race? No, Li Luoqiu said. Jun Changshao said, This race is good at hiding. We have to investigate carefully. If there's anything suspicious, we have to investigate carefully. Okay. Have Elder Jiang find Fong Lingyu. Elder Jiang left after the engagement ceremony, Yi Zichen said. He went to find sister again? Yes. As his understanding of the primordial spirit deepened, Jiang Ye's spiritual thoughts spread wider. Therefore, he often went out to look for the boundary when the sect was not busy, although he didn't find anything. Although the 9 states is big, the sect's intelligence network has been set up perfectly. Jun Changshao held his chin and said, If she is still alive and can't be found, maybe she has gone to the 3 overseas states. Li Luoqiu agreed. I think so too. Jun Changshao said, When Elder Jiang comes back, I'll take him to the East Sea Fishery State to try his luck. I'm afraid only the Patriarch can think of his disciples and elders like this in the world, Li Luoqiu said with a smile. Jun Changshao said, They are all my flesh and blood. I have to love them all. In a damp and dark cave, Elder Chu sat cross-legged with a pale face. No matter how he ran his mental cultivation method, it was difficult to communicate with the spirit in his dantian. This woman's cultivation was good at Wu Sheng's level, but her meridians were broken by Jun Changshao's kick. Now she was useless. Of course, if there was a powerful treasure of heaven and earth, it was possible to restore her meridians. On the other hand, Fong Lingyu not only had the tendons in her hands broken, but the spiritual core in her dantian had also exploded. She had completely lost the possibility of practicing martial art. Damn it! Elder Chu said angrily. If I had known that Lu Qianqian would join the sect of all times, I would have killed her after she was expelled. Master. Fong Lingyu opened her eyes and said weakly, It's too late to say anything now. She was no weaker than Elder Chu. After all, she was jealous of Lu Qianqian's physique and cultivation, so she secretly hindered her, but in the end she was still suppressed by her. Alas! Elder Chu shook his head and said, "Disciple, what should we do?" "Master," Fang Lingyu walked over to support him and said, "Give me your cultivation, and I'll help you take revenge." "Give you my cultivation?" Elder Chu's eyes were filled with shock. Smack! At this moment, Fang Lingyu's injured right hand was placed on her forehead. A green light flashed in her weak eyes, as if she was a devil awakened from hell. "You? What are you doing?" "Ah!" Screams came from the cave, and majestic and strange attributes whizzed out. After everything dissipated, Fang Lingyu stood on the spot and gently raised her hand. Feeling her meridians and spiritual core gradually recovering, she said with joy, "It really works! It really works!" "Girl!" Suddenly, a sinister voice rang in her ears. "Do you believe me now?" Fang Lingyu calmed down and said, "I can now devour everything to increase my cultivation." "That's right," the sinister voice said, "but the prerequisite is that you have to go to the northern desert state. There is a way to make you stronger there." "The northern desert state?" Fang Lingyu thought for a moment and hurriedly left. As for Elder Chu, he had already turned into a dried corpse and was lying in the cave. From his vague and ferocious expression, he must have been in great pain before he died. This old woman was very lucky to be able to live after destroying Lu Qianqian's cultivation. In the end, she died in the hands of the disciple she had trained herself, and she even sacrificed the realm and cultivation that she had cultivated for her entire life. It was a little tragic. Swoosh! Swoosh! Not long after Fang Lingyu left, a few members of the Drizzle Hall landed in front of the cave and found the corpse after entering. There were orders from above that any suspicious places must be strictly investigated, so they did not dare to be careless. While passing the news, they also brought the corpse back to the Sect of all times. Jun Changshao checked and said with a cold gaze, "It's the soul race again." Chapter 1085. At the medical hall, Sun Bukong said after a careful inspection, "Patriarch, this is a female corpse." Jun Changshao almost kicked him to earth. Although the corpse was drained dry, it was obvious that it was a female corpse from the general shape. "You've been researching for half a day, and all you can give is a guess that can be seen at a glance? I can't deduce her age, but she should have looked like an old person before she died," Sun Bukong said again. Jun Changshao said, "What other clues do you have?" Sun Bukong held his chin and said, "If I'm not wrong, this female corpse was severely injured when she was alive, and the meridians in her body were broken." Jun Changshao said in surprise, "You can tell that? There's a big difference between a person's skin being injured and not being injured, for example." Sun Bukong began to give a medical explanation, but did not say much because it involved confidential information. "Amazing, amazing." After listening to his analysis, Jun Changshao said, "I didn't waste my time learning medicine from Elder Wei." Elder Wei said, "I'm good at planting, but my ability in medicine is limited." Bukong relied entirely on the medical records left behind by the medical saint of all faces to become a self-taught genius. Jun Changshao patted Sun Bukong's shoulder and encouraged him, "Study it well. The position of Deputy Hall Master of the Medical Hall is waiting for you." "Yes," Sun Bukong said loudly. Then, he pointed to the abdomen of the corpse. "Patriarch, this is the injured area. It should have been caused by an external force. No, from the state of the injury, it should have been caused by someone's foot." Jun Changshao held his chin and said, "One kick to break the meridians. This method is a bit vicious. Could it be the work of the Soul Clan?" The system said, "When the host was in Taishan Xingzong, didn't he just cripple someone with one kick?" Jun Changshao then remembered that he had done something similar, so his expression changed slightly. "This female corpse can't be Elder Chu, right? Age unknown, an old person. Kick marks on the abdomen, meridians broken when she was alive." Other than the fact that he wasn't wearing the Taishan Xingzong Elder's uniform, everything was too much of a coincidence. After the old witch and Fong Lingyu left the faction, they definitely wouldn't wear their school uniform. It's very possible that they would disguise themselves. After making a guess, Jun Changshao looked at the dried corpse and said solemnly, "This might really be Elder Chu." He was still in a state of conjecture until Lu Qianqian walked over and said, "There's a weak trace of ice element remaining in the corpse. He should have been an ice element martial cultivator when he was alive." Jun Changshao was immediately certain and said, "Elder Chu is definitely the one. She was dead. Where's Fong Lingyu?" According to the information from Taishan Xingzong, the disappearance of the two of them meant that they had left together. Patriarch. Sun Bukong pointed at the head of the mummy and said, "There are obvious scratches here. The spiritual energy might have been absorbed from here." She turned her head and almost jumped up. It was because the patriarch had pulled up his hair at some point. He was wearing blue clothes and a pair of big glasses. There was a red bow tied to his collar. When did he change his clothes? Isn't that too fast? Jun Changshao lowered his head and touched his glasses. He said, "Judging from the body movements of the deceased, he didn't struggle at all when he was alive. It means that the deceased wasn't on guard when the culprit committed the crime." "Makes sense," Xiao Ziji said. Sun Bukong roared loudly, "Makes sense my ass. When did you show up? Why are you carrying a magically modified stereo?" But Xiao Ziji turned on the stereo, and the background music of Detective Kodak began to play. Jun Changshao lowered his head again, and 2 rays of light flashed across his glasses. He said, "It's true. The culprit was very close to the deceased, so he wouldn't have thought of suddenly killing himself." Sun Bukong roared, "What kind of bird language was the patriarch talking about? I can't understand it at all." "Patriarch," Lu Qianqian said, "Elder Chu's murderer is Fong Lingyu?" "That's right," Jun Changshao said. Sun Bukong almost fell over. The patriarch was in disguise and speaking in bird language, but eldest senior sister could actually answer on the same channel. This was unbelievable. "I see." Xiao Ziji held his chin and said. Sun Bukong was about to go crazy. "Brother, there's no scene for you to appear here. It's too much to force yourself to carry a stereo." Jun Changshao said, "The soul race needs resentment and hatred to occupy a human's body. Dai Lu is like that. Fong Lingyu's tendons were severed by you and her cultivation was crippled. She must have accumulated a lot of resentment. This is the perfect opportunity to take advantage of the situation." So, he pushed his glasses and said, "There's only one truth. Fong Lingyu's body was occupied by the soul race, and then Elder Chu's cultivation was absorbed when he was unguarded." Lu Qianqian said with a cold face, "When she was young, Elder Chu brought her back to the Taishan Xingzong and raised her as his own daughter. However, he ruthlessly killed her. How heartless." Jun Changshao did not care about Fong Lingyu's actions. What he cared about was that, as he had guessed, there was still a third soul lurking in the Starfall continent. Clap. He clapped his hands and shook his head. "I have something to do again." Fong Lingyu's body being occupied by the soul race was not scary. It was even a good thing for Goshing because at least he had a clue. "Hall Masterly," Jun Changshao immediately ordered, "inform the intelligence network of the various states and counties to find Fong Lingyu. Pay special attention to whether there are withered environments and dried corpses in the mountains." Yes. Li Luochu became busy again. The entire intelligence network began to operate at high intensity. In a short time, information from the various states was sent over. Patriarch. Not long after, Li Luochu came to report, "A suspicious person has been found in the northern desert state." The northern desert state? Jun Changshao frowned and said, "There's a space-time passage connecting the planes there. Does the third soul want to go back?" The first soul had been trained by area for a long time and always confessed everything. So, Goxing was quite familiar with this aspect. For example, last time in the northern desert state, when he took Yi Xingqian and Shangguan Xinyao to reinforce the array left by the array emperor, they happened to meet Dai Lu, who was instigated by the first soul. It had two purposes. First, it wanted to return to its own world to recover its cultivation and control the host completely. Second, it wanted to send a message to its kind and come back to harm the Starfall continent soon. It seems that Jun Changshao held his chin and said, "The third soul is in the same situation as the first soul. It wants to return to the soul race as soon as possible." Ha ha ha! He covered his face and laughed like a villain. "Since it's here, how can it leave?" Whoosh! In the sky above the Sect of all times, Jun Changshao turned into a stream of light and flew toward the northern desert state. Li Luoqiu shook her head and said, "The soul race that caused chaos in the ancient times and caused the continent to fall apart has met the patriarch. It's the worst luck of 18 lifetimes." The northern desert state. Fang Lingyu was running fast in the yellow sand. The third soul in her body was brainwashing her along the way. It had no idea that it was exposed as soon as it appeared. Chapter 1086. This is amazing! On the way to the northern desert state, Fang Lingyu could not hide the shock in her heart. Lu Qianqian had cut her tendons and destroyed her dantian and spiritual core. She had completely lost the chance to cultivate. However, after absorbing her master's cultivation, she had slowly recovered and even broke through to Wu Huang. "Girl," the third spirit said, "if your cultivation had not been destroyed, you would have benefited even more from absorbing Wu Xing's energy in a normal state." Fang Lingyu's eyes were burning. With the various resources of Taishan Xingzong, she could improve faster than ordinary people. However, absorbing other people's energy to directly improve her cultivation was like a dream. "Can I break through to Half-Saint and break through to Wu Xing? With my help, it won't be a problem for you to break through to Martial Emperor." Fang Lingyu's face lit up with joy. "Of course." The third spirit added, "If you want to improve faster, you must absorb more energy. It's best if you have a higher cultivation level." Its real purpose of residing in Fang Lingyu's body was to take over. If her cultivation level was higher, it would be extremely beneficial to it. The first spirit had also brainwashed Dai Lu in the same way. However, Brother Greenscarf insisted on not harming the innocent and always used plants to improve his cultivation. Fang Lingyu was different. She could kill someone who treated her as her daughter with her own hands. It could be seen that this woman was ruthless and heartless. Therefore, on the way to the northern desert state, she relied on the devouring power to absorb the energy of many martial artists. After obtaining great benefits, she became even more aggressive. "Lu Qianqian, with this ability, I'll be able to kill you in no time." The desire for revenge drove Fang Lingyu. She did not care about innocent lives at all. She only wanted to become stronger faster. It was because of this extreme pursuit of strength and her reckless actions that the Drizzle Hall quickly found clues. Jun Changshao learned that he was already on the way to the northern desert state. The third spirit must go to the place where the formation is sealed. "I can wait for him." Whoosh! Jun Changshao flew through the sky at an extremely fast speed. Soon, he arrived at the desert and sat in front of the formation strengthened by Shangguan Xinyao. Whoosh whoosh! The wind howled and sand and dust filled the air. Because he did not summon his spiritual energy to resist it, Goxing soon became a giant sand sculpture sitting cross-legged on the ground. Shushushu! Shushushu! After an unknown period of time, Fang Lingyu, who was wearing a dust-proof veil, walked over and asked, "Senior, is this the place?" "Not bad," Number 3 Spirit said excitedly. He had already sensed the array left behind by the Array Emperor. As long as he could break it, he could return to the mainland and use his special technique to restore himself to his strongest state. Then, he could come back and kill him. What should I do? Fong Lingyu asked. She had already been successfully brainwashed, and her mind was filled with thoughts of obtaining greater opportunities. Of course, even if this woman knew that her current actions would endanger the entire continent, she definitely wouldn't care, because the safety of the world had nothing to do with her. She only wanted to become stronger, and she only wanted to firmly trample Lu Qianqian under her feet. Get closer. The third spirit said, I'll break the formation. Alright. Fong Lingyu walked over. Seeing that there was an idiot who looked like a human beside him, he thought that it was a stone and didn't take it to heart. Girl. The third spirit said, let me control the body and help you break the formation to obtain the greatest opportunity in the world. The greatest opportunity in the world? Fong Lingyu's eyes were burning, but she immediately relaxed. Although this woman was ruthless, her intelligence wasn't as high as Dai Lu's. At least the latter could tell that it wouldn't be good for her body to be controlled by a spirit. Whoosh whoosh. Green attributes poured out and filled the sky of yellow sand. Fong Lingyu's mind was controlled. Her eyes gradually turned green, like a zombie. Kakik. The third spirit laughed strangely. This human girl is too easy to trick, controlling the body without any effort. As long as I break the formation and return to the Soul Race continent, this Hall Master will return and this world is destined to turn into nothingness. Old friend, please turn your face around. The third spirit who was laughing strangely was stunned, then instinctively turned his head. Slap. Jun Changshao held the flat sucker and skillfully smacked it in the face, saying, Return to the Soul Race continent? You're beautiful, you wish. Before the third spirit could figure out what was going on, the enhanced mode of the magically modified vacuum cleaner was activated, and his soul was immediately separated from Fong Lingyu and quickly absorbed into the cleaner. Swish. Jun Changshao shook his head and said, Another one down. So far, the most tragic soul race in history was killed in less than 3 minutes. If the first and second spirits knew, they would definitely despise him. After all, one of them had been strong for a long time, and the other had made great achievements in the East Ocean fishery state. They were both soul race. Why was he so embarrassing? Plop. Fong Lingyu collapsed on the ground, and her dull eyes gradually regained their luster. She instantly felt a sharp pain on her scalp, so she instinctively touched it and was shocked to find that she was bald. What's going on? What's going on? Suddenly, Fong Lingyu found that Jun Changshao was standing next to her, taking out all kinds of weapons one after another. How can you do something like killing your master? Were you a devil in your previous life? In the end, Gosheng chose the Green Dragon Crescent Blade because Guan Yu was a righteous man. It was the most suitable weapon to kill such a heartless person. What do you want? Fong Lingyu's eyes were filled with horror, and a strong sense of death surged in her heart. Swish. Jun Changshao raised his blade, stirring up dust and sand, and the heavy blade was placed on the woman's delicate neck. Qianqian didn't kill you. I'll do it myself. Jun Changshao said indifferently, like an emotionless killer. Jun Patriarch. Don't kill me. Fong Lingyu said in fear, shouting in her heart for the senior who made her stronger, but there was no answer. The despair in her eyes was even stronger. I'm still young. I can't die like this. A strong desire to survive burst out in Fong Lingyu's heart, making her kneel on the ground with the Green Dragon Crescent Blade and beg, Jun Patriarch, as long as you spare my life, I'm willing to be a cow, a horse, a slave, and listen to your orders for the rest of my life. Puff, the blade flashed, stirring up dust. Hot blood splashed, dyeing the yellow sand red. Plop, plop. Fong Lingyu's head and body fell to the ground, begging for mercy in her eyes. This kind of villain, who usually survived a disaster and would definitely bring great trouble to the protagonist in the future, did not live past the 3rd chapter, just like the 3rd soul. Jun Changshao maintained his posture and said indifferently, Do I lack people who can be a cow, a horse, a slave? The host doesn't lack anything, the system complained. You just lack EQ. Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The scorching flames burned, and Fong Lingyu's body turned into ashes. This time she was really dead. There was no need to worry about her reincarnation and coming out to harm others again. Swish. Jun Changshao withdrew the green dragon crescent blade. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly stopped and turned to look at the array behind him. He saw blurry energy ripples rippling out. Could it be? Jun Changshao frowned and said, "The soul race is trying to break the seal on the other side." That's great. In front of the space-time passage connecting the soul race continent to the falling star continent, a soul race expert said happily, "The fifth hallmaster has awakened. We can work together to break the array." Haha. Finally, I don't have to carry my head to see the Empress. The soul race experts were overjoyed. However, they probably did not expect that although the fifth hall master had awakened, there was no hope of working together because she had been defeated by Jun Changshao. The most tragic thing was that under the pressure of Queen Rose, they had thought of a good way to break the array, but it had been officially discovered by Go Sheng. At this moment, he was holding his chin and muttering to himself, "There are energy fluctuations in the array. Xin Yao didn't notice that someone is breaking the array?" Chapter 1087. Hum. Ripples spread across the yellow sand. Because the commotion wasn't too big, and because of the harsh environment, it was difficult to notice if one wasn't here. Something's wrong. Jun Changshao held his chin and pondered. The array formation had been reinforced by Shangguan Xinyao, so there shouldn't be any problems. Why would there be regular energy fluctuations? There was only one possibility. The Soul continent was restless again and was cracking it internally. Jun Changshao hurriedly contacted the Sect with his voice transmission and asked if there were any signs from Shangguan Xinyao. The answer he received was no. This was even stranger. Swish. With a thought, he merged into the Heaven Origin Soul Suppressing Tower. Smack. 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 Area was rhythmically whipping Soul number 2 with the Soul Suppressing Whip. Judging from the other party's enjoyment, it should be very painful. Soul number 1 was more comfortable. Ever since Soul number 2 came, the time it was tortured had decreased significantly. It was really thanks to the blessing of the same race. Master. Arya stopped and smiled innocently. Are you here to deliver prisoners again? As the artifact spirit of the Heaven Origin Soul Suppressing Tower, its duty was to discipline unclean things. Ever since it signed a contract with Jun Changshao, it had not been idle. It played with whips, candles, and ropes every day. Its life was very fulfilling. Not bad. Jun Changshao took out the modified vacuum cleaner and released Soul number 3. The latter turned into a wisp of green light and slammed into the barrier. Swoosh. Arya raised the soul-suppressing whip and said, "Don't even think about running away." Smack. Soul number 3 screamed in pain, then turned into a human and fell to the ground. Soul number 1 and Soul number 2 were completely dumbfounded. Wasn't this old Fifth? Why was he captured too? Soul number 3, who was lying on the ground and grimacing, saw the two of them and said in disbelief, "Third brother. Fourth brother. Why are you here?" "Third brother, fourth brother?" Jun Changshao said with interest. Could it be that the 9 souls who came to harm the falling star continent back then were a family? The system said, "I don't know if they're a family, but I do know that they're the Calabash brothers now. Every time they appear, they're taken down by the host. How pitiful." "That reminds me of something," Jun Changshao said seriously. 3 souls appeared one after another. If the remaining 6 exist, will they appear together with 4th baby and 5th baby? The system said, with the magically modified vacuum cleaner in hand, even if 6 of them jumped out of the gourd, it wouldn't be enough for the host to suck. Jun Changshao shook his head and said, "I was lucky enough to find 3. I'm just afraid that some of the soul race are hiding very deeply, only coming out to wreak havoc when they have the power to destroy the world. That's true. The system was very pleased. Many of the host's actions seemed to be a little brainless and rash. However, when it came to important matters, he was not careless at all. Instead, he was very cautious. Jun Changshao sat down, looked at the 3 soul race clansmen, and said, I have some things to ask you. Whoever can answer will be spared from being whipped for a day. The 3rd soul roared angrily, I don't know anything. I won't say anything. I'll talk. I'll talk. The 1st and 2nd souls said in unison. You! The 3rd soul said angrily, do you still have the dignity of a soul race? The 1st and 2nd souls ignored it. This fellow had not carefully tasted the life of crazy abuse. After experiencing it for real, it would definitely learn how to answer first like him. Jun Changshao looked at the 1st soul and said, Why do you want to return to the soul race's continent? Because although I didn't die at the hands of the martial emperor 10,000 years ago, my soul was severely injured. I have to return to the soul accumulation pool in the soul race's continent to recuperate before I can truly reach my best state. Arya smiled in satisfaction. The 1st soul's answer was so straightforward. As expected, he did not let down his training during this period. In other words, the others of the same kind have also been severely injured and have to go to that pool to recuperate? Jun Changshao asked. No. The 2nd soul answered first, I don't need to recuperate. Because he found a very suitable body. As long as he breaks through to a higher level and occupies it, he will be able to recover his damaged soul. Although that was the case, Great Emperor Zhenwei was not a weak character. After becoming stronger, he used the peerlessly fire art to suppress it, so it was unable to succeed. Although he got what he wanted, he came in a few minutes after he appeared. Jun Changshao looked at the 3rd soul and said, If I'm not wrong, your soul was also injured. However, Fang Lingyu's cultivation is too low to recover, so you can only hope to enter the soul race's continent to recover. Humph. The 3rd soul snorted coldly. I have more backbone than those 2. You want to get any information from me? No way. Does the soul race's continent know that you've awakened? They know. The 1st and 2nd souls answered in unison. What kind of unimaginable training did they go through to be able to answer every question without hesitation? Jun Changshao leaned forward and said, Tell me the overall strength of the soul race's continent. For example, who is the boss and how strong is his cultivation? The 2 souls wanted to speak, but the 3rd soul finally couldn't help roaring. If the Empress finds out about your betrayal of the soul race, you will definitely suffer a punishment worse than death. Arya. Yes. Train them well. Yes. Arya walked over with an innocent face. She opened the whip in her hand and smiled devilishly. Come on. Whoever gives in is a coward. Pa pa pa. Zzz. Swish swish swish. Ah 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 ah. Arya began to train them. The whipping sound, the splashing sound of candles, and the waving sound of ropes intertwined into a beautiful melody in the tower. The 1st and 2nd souls' legs went soft and their scalps exploded. You too. Jun Changshao walked over and put his hands on their shoulders. He pulled them over and smiled. Who is the Empress? Empress Ling Ping. The boss of the soul race's continent. The 3rd soul was crazily trained, and the 2 souls answered faster. TSK. It turned out that the ruler of the soul race's continent was a woman. Jun Changshao asked, How strong is your Empress? The 2nd soul said quickly, Our Empress's strength, according to the realm of the falling star continent, is almost at the level of a half-saint. So weak? Jun Changshao was surprised. The soul race could tear the falling star continent apart in ancient times, but the Empress was only at this level of cultivation. Wouldn't he be easily defeated if he went there? The soul race was not Scion, and they were not a powerful fighting race. Their special feature was that they used soul bodies to occupy the bodies of other races, and when they fattened up, they would take them for themselves. The first soul said, "The Empress's strength is not high, but she has absolute authority. We have to obey unconditionally and can't disobey." Besides, it quickly added, "Now that 10,000 years have passed, the Empress may have broken through to Wu Xing, or even Martial Emperor." Nonsense. Number 2 rolled his eyes at him and said, "With our Empress' aptitude and her constant stay in the Soul Tribe's continent, unless she consumes immortal pills and spirit medicines, it will be absolutely impossible for her to break through to the Martial Emperor level." "Not bad, not bad." The first soul corrected him, "I'm the one who said too much." Jun Changshao leaned back in his chair and thought to himself, "If this Empress is not a martial emperor and can control the Soul Tribe's mainland, wouldn't I be able to control the entire Soul Tribe's mainland if I capture her?" "How does your Empress look like?" "She's an outstanding beauty." Jun Changshao placed his hands on his forehead and smoothed his hair back. He thought to himself, "I finally know why I'm so handsome." The system had a bad omen. Jun Changshao didn't have a supporting actor to support him, so he said, because he was born to hook up with all kinds of outstanding beauties and heavenly fragrances. He was used to startle the heavenly empresses. Ba, 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 ba. He tue. P.S. Makeup 102. I meow. I'm finally almost done making up for it. Asterisk asterisk caret asterisk asterisk. Chapter 1088. After handing over the third soul to Arya, Jun Changshao returned to the outside world. He had a better understanding of the continent of the Soul Clan. If he wanted to solve it safely, the best way was to take down the queen. How to take her down? Jun Changshao quickly thought of 2 plans. The first was to subdue the queen of the Soul Clan with force, and the second was to rely on his beauty. The Soul Clan hadn't returned for 10,000 years. God knew how strong Queen Ling Ping was now, so there were uncertainties in the first plan. In this case, he could only execute the foolproof second plan, which was to use his beauty to conquer her. The system remained silent. It had spat and vomited in the Tianyuan soul-suppressing pagoda, and its mouth was dry. Jun Changshao was thinking about it, but he didn't know that 10,000 years had passed. The leader of the Soul Clan was no longer Queen Ling Ping, but Queen Rose. The continent of the Soul Clan, a desolate place. Boom, boom, boom. Violent energy roared out, and huge fist marks appeared on the ground. The surrounding space was even shattered. If Jun Changshao was present, he would definitely be shocked, because from the momentum contained in the air, the attacker's cultivation must be stronger than Taixien Xingzong Lan Jingting. Swish. On the mountain peak, Queen Rose, who carried rose petals all over the sky, floated down. A charming smile appeared on her mature face. The Soul Clan experts watching the battle widened their eyes. After the queen took power, she spent all her time attacking other planes. Unexpectedly, not only did she not fall behind in martial arts, but she had reached the Return to Origin realm. The 2 highest realms in the continent of the Soul Clan were the Return to Origin realm and the Return to Origin realm. In terms of the realm of the Falling Star continent, the Return to Origin realm was stronger than Wu Xing, but weaker than Martial Emperor. If one broke through to the Return to Origin realm, he could break the void and ascend to the upper world. Every plane had different realms and names. To get a more accurate comparison, the 2 sides had to fight to know. "Our queen is mighty! Our queen is mighty!" Everyone immediately shouted loudly, and their eyes were filled with strong admiration. In the history of the Soul Clan, there were a total of 4 empresses. The first 3 empresses were relatively ordinary, but Queen Rose was so talented that her cultivation was even above the peak of the continent. Of course, the reason why his cultivation base had improved so quickly was because he had been leading the troops to conquer other planes ever since he took office. It could be said that every bit of growth was tempered from actual combat. He had both strength and absolute authority. The Rose Queen was definitely an existence of supreme faith in the Spiritas continent. The seal leading to the falling star continent hasn't been broken yet? Your Majesty, we are working hard. A bunch of trash. Rose Queen's brows furrowed in anger. She was extremely disappointed with the efficiency of her subordinate. 10,000 years ago, the previous Hall Master had sent the 9 Hall Masters to attack the falling star continent. Since then, he had never returned. The mess that he had left behind had to be dealt with. Grand Elder Taishan Xingzong has just reached the great fulfillment of Wu Sheng. I've fought with him for hundreds of moves, but I still can't gain the upper hand. I have to get stronger as soon as possible. Jun Changshao muttered to himself as he stood in front of the formation. With all kinds of equipment and weapons, he could defeat the sky battlefield specters. However, they were still low-level creatures without self-awareness. Even if Lan Jingting had just entered the great fulfillment level, they still had little chance of winning. However, Jun Changshao said to himself, the Spiritas Empress is very weak. If I can't seduce her with beauty, it's easy to conquer her with strength. So, he rubbed his temples and said, what I need to consider now is how to enter the Spiritas continent. Judging from the frequent energy waves from the formation, the Spiritas were trying to find a way to break it. Instead of waiting for death, it was better to charge in first. As long as he could deal with the Spiritas Empress, the problem would be perfectly solved. The system suggested, since there is a portal to the battlefield, there might be a portal to the plane. Jun Changshao rolled his eyes. This guy's goal was to make him spend money. The portal to the plane battlefield was a reward for completing a mission. Who knew how many contribution points it would cost to deliberately refresh the store? The system said, the opportunity is right in front of the host. It's up to you whether you want to use it or not. Of course, you may spend a lot of contribution points, but if it refreshes, even if you spend all of them, you'll still profit. What do you mean? If there is a portal to the plane, the host can teleport to other planes at will. Wouldn't the martial arts resources that the Starfall continent doesn't have be at your fingertips? The system was not a professional system because it was often slapped in the face. But it was definitely a very qualified salesman. With just one sentence, it made Go Xing's heart palpitate. At present, with the resources of the Starfall continent, it would be difficult to support all the disciples to break through Wu Huang or even higher. If they went to other planes to find resources, it would be very easy. That's right. The system said, those who want to do great things have to have a long-term vision. Okay. Jun Changshao opened the middle-level store and said, let's try it. The system was speechless. After talking for so long, he actually didn't want to farm high-level ones. Jun Changshao still maintained his rationality and said, sometimes the middle-level store can also produce good things. Maybe there will be unexpected gains. Indeed, some of the goods in the middle-level store were very practical. For example, the field artillery that could still be used now, as well as the magically modified vacuum cleaner that had a miraculous effect against the soul race. The system said, farming high-level stores is the way to go. The middle-level stores are completely based on luck. Host, it's better not to waste your contribution point. I don't believe it. Lord Changshao got into a fight and refreshed the page. Damn. The system was shocked. Host, you actually got EQ liquid again. This time, not only was there EQ liquid, but there was also a high-leveled martial arts book. Jun Changshao bought it without hesitation. After confirming that the other goods were not useful, he decisively refreshed it again. The system. He missed the second chance perfectly. He was destined to be alone for the rest of his life. Jun Changshao continued to refresh. Anyway, now that he had tens of thousands of contribution points, it would not hurt him to refresh dozens of times. Ding. Contribution points. 589,007,0000. Ding. Contribution points 578,007,0000. Ding. As he refreshed it again and again, a large number of contribution points gradually disappeared. During this period, there were also many high-leveled martial arts, weapons, and equipment recipes. Compared to the 7 Mystic Sunglow and Dragon Tooth series, they were a little weak. The sect did not have many martial arts skills to begin with. It could be matched completely, giving the disciples more choices in cultivation. The weapons and equipment were currently stored in the Sect of all Timeses or reserve. It was impossible for all of them to be of the Dragon Tooth series, so it was not bad to match them. The system was speechless. So this guy is not farming for methods to enter other planes, but to provide more martial arts resources for the sect. Nonsense. Jun Changshao said, "It's not like I have so many contribution points that I have nowhere to spend them." Ding. Contribution points 389,007,0000. After refreshing it again, he spent a total of 20,000 contribution points in a short time. He obtained more than 10 martial arts books and more than 20 weapon and equipment recipes, including swords, spears, staffs, axes, hooks, and forks. If it was in the past, Go Sheng would definitely break down because he did not get the plane teleportation door he wanted. Fortunately, this refresh was mainly to strengthen the sect, so not only did he not feel the pinch, he even thought that he had earned a little. As expected, mentality was the most important thing in doing anything. Wait. Jun Changshao's eyes lit up as he looked at the new goods, because a product called Spacetime Larva appeared in his field of vision. Spacetime Larva? Spacetime Larva. Go Xing quickly clicked on the introduction item, Spacetime Larva. Introduction. Lives in the depths of the universe, a type of insect that can break through space barriers. Advantage. It starts to nibble away at space barriers until it reaches the end. It will form a space-time tunnel that is not restricted by heaven and earth, allowing any creature to enter and exit at will. Disadvantage. Larva does not have the ability to break through barriers. Needs to be fed until it reaches adulthood. Price, 2,000 contribution points. Ha ha ha. Jun Changshao laughed with his hands on his hip. Isn't it here, isn't it here? The system was speechless. He had sworn that the EQ elixir would not be refreshed, but he was slapped in the face by the first refresh. He thought that it was a waste of contribution points to farm mid-level stores, but he did not expect to get one with 20,000 contribution points. Fortunately, it did not have a physical body, or his face would be even thicker than Go Xing's. Chapter 1089. Jun Changshao spent 2,000 contribution points to buy the space-time larva. It was a little guy that looked like an earthworm, sleeping soundly inside a transparent container. I believe you can drill the ground. Drilling through the space barrier is a bit ridiculous. Go Xing was a bit doubtful, but since the product description said it was okay, there shouldn't be any problems. Then, here's the problem. What should I use to feed it? Although it was cheap to buy this little guy, it can only open a space-time tunnel when it grows up. The system spoke. This kind of creature that can dig holes in deep space will probably take 10,000 years to reach adulthood, Jun Changshao roared. Can't you hope for something better? I'm just telling the truth, the system helplessly said. If the host doesn't want to hear it, then let's make it a month. Jun Changshao shook his head. How can this little guy grow up? I can. Suddenly, the space-time larva in the container raised its head and spoke from its abdomen. As long as there's enough spirit energy to feed me, let alone a month, I can grow up in a day. Damn. Jun Changshao was shocked and said, You can speak human language. Of course, the space-time larva raised its head and proudly said, I'm an insect with a noble bloodline, I can speak from birth. Jun Changshao was speechless. This kind of insect that was no different from an earthworm actually has a noble bloodline. Where would the nobler dragon put its face? Spirit energy? Jun Changshao asked. Can you be more specific? For example, the energy ores that you humans often use to cultivate can be used to feed me, the space-time larva said. Is that so? Jun Changshao hurriedly took out a man-made spirit stone and said, I just happen to have one here, give it a try, Xiao. The space-time larva crawled out of the container. It used its almost imperceptible nose to touch the spirit stone and said with disdain, This spirit stone is too low-level. Jun Changshao took out another natural spirit stone. The space-time larva touched it again and shook its head. It's still too low-level. Jun Changshao was speechless. Although the little fellow was small in size, his requirements for spirit stones were quite high. Here. Jun Changshao brought out his trump card and took out the hexagram stone. I don't believe that an existence like this, which is equivalent to 10 natural spirit stones, can't satisfy it. Yes, yes. The space-time larva sniffed and said with satisfaction, This energy stone is barely passable. Barely passable? Jun Changshao suddenly felt a little dizzy. Shwa! The space-time larva climbed onto the 6-pointed star stone. Its body flickered with a faint light as it fused with the energy inside and began to draw it out. Just as it was about to happily absorb the energy, Jun Changshao pinched it with 2 fingers and said, Insects are also classified as beasts. If you want to absorb energy, you have to sign a contract with me. If I were to absorb it just because you said so, where would I, Goshing, put my face? Let me go. The space-time larva began to struggle. However, with its small body, it could not escape the shackles of being trapped in a heavenly prison. Sign a contract with me, and not only will I let you go, but I'll also let you absorb all kinds of energy ores. Jun Changshao smiled. In his opinion, only by becoming the master of this insect and achieving perfect control would it have any value in feeding it. Otherwise, if he raised it and it ran away with its butt, he would really become a big idiot. No. The space-time larva said, My master must be a hero of the world. Jun Changshao joked, One day, I'll have to step on a rainbow cloud to sign a contract with you. That's not impossible. Smack. Before the little fellow could finish, it was pressed against the equipment. Huff, huff. Jun Changshao brought out all kinds of flames and said fiercely, I don't have rainbow clouds, but I have rainbow flames. If you don't submit to me, I'll roast you immediately. The space-time larva did not expect that an insect with a noble bloodline like itself would be threatened by a human, so it roared loudly, I submit. The system. To say the most cowardly words in the most unyielding tone, this little fellow was also a weirdo. Huff, huff. Jun Changshao retracted the flames and released his spiritual sense, gradually enveloping the space-time larva and said, Relax your mind, don't resist. The little fellow could only tearfully compromise until its soul established some kind of connection with the other party, and it could not help but let out an swoosh. Jun Changshao retracted his finger and smiled. From today onwards, you're my contract beast. Master will definitely raise you until you're white and fat. The space-time larva collapsed weakly in the equipment, its small eyes filled with tears. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. At this moment, hexagonal stones were placed next to it. Jun Changshao clasped his hands and said, Absorb. As if the space-time larva had been greatly wronged, it smelled the scent of psionic energy and immediately rushed over with a smile. Huff, huff. After about a moment, a hexagonal stone was completely absorbed and turned into a useless, dull stone. Jun Changshao said in surprise, So fast? With his current cultivation and absorption speed, it would take at least 10 minutes to absorb a hexagonal stone, but the little fellow only took 1 minute. Huff, huff. Huff, huff. A few minutes later, the other 5 hexagonal stones were completely absorbed. Jun Changshao's eyelids twitched wildly. He expressed his understanding of using spirit stones to grow. However, after absorbing 6, its physique did not seem to have changed at all. Hee, The host thought that spending more than 20,000 contribution points to buy a space-time larva made a killing. Now it seems that it's as bottomless as hatching a beast egg, the system said sarcastically. Master, the space-time larva said, are there any more? I want to eat. Jun Changshao wiped the sweat on his forehead and said, how many do you need to eat until you reach adulthood? This, the space-time larva estimated and said, about tens of millions. When Jun Changshao heard this, he almost fell to the ground. Tens of millions of hexagonal stones to grow to adulthood, wouldn't that be hundreds of millions of natural spirit stones? Even hatching that little rooster that had the vermilion bird bloodline and was responsible for crowing in the sect did not burn so much money. Clang! Jun Changshao took out the green dragon crescent blade and pressed the blade against the tool, saying, such a costly thing, let's just kill it directly. The system suggested, it has a noble bloodline, it'll definitely be delicious if we roast it. Master, the space-time larva panicked. You? What do you want? Jun Changshao said bitterly, you can eat too much, I can't afford to raise you, so I can only bear the pain and kill you. Don't. The space-time larva said with a look of horror, I'm very easy to raise. Without spirit stones, I can eat crystal cores and herbs. Even if I eat soil, I can still grow. Eat soil? Jun Changshao said, what do you mean? The space-time larva hurriedly said, if there's soil that contains spirit energy, I can also grow until I eat to a certain extent and comprehend the ability to nibble space, then I can bring Master to travel between planes. What soil? As long as it has some spirit energy. Jun Changshao put away the green dragon crescent blade and held his chin, saying, after Peppa evolves, the soil it eats will spit out spirit energy. It should be able to raise it, right? Achoo! In the herb field, Peppa, who was resting, could not help but sneeze. Chapter 1090. Jun Changshao stayed in front of the formation in the desert for a few more days. He found that there were weak energy fluctuations at all times, but there was no big movement. Thinking that it would be difficult for the other party to break the seal in a short period of time, he set off to return to the sect. With the space-time larva, he could feed it with peace of mind. If he could be one step ahead of the soul race's continent and open a space-time tunnel, he would definitely be happy. Of course, it was unrealistic to feed it the entire time. After all, there were only a few 100,000 of them, and eating all of them would not have any effect. The only thing he could do now was to. He could only let the little guy eat crystal cores, herbs, and soil. At this time, whether or not he could raise the space-time larva until it was white and fat depended on Paige. Therefore, its value was once again reflected. The system was speechless. Spitting out the soil after eating it and then letting the little guy eat it, it's a little disgusting just thinking about it. It's not like it's poo, what's there to be disgusted about? Moreover, Jun Changshao said, the more soil Paige eats, the faster it will improve. It and the little bug are simply golden partners. Makes sense, the system said. After returning to the sect of all times, Jun Changshao called Paige over and said, Baby, come, Master will introduce you to a little friend. Little friend? Paige asked with a puzzled expression. Master, where is it? Under your feet. Under my feet. Paige lowered its head and then raised its feet, only to find a small earthworm lying paralyzed with foam at the mouth. In the herb field, the space-time larva's eyes were burning, because the soil here contained spirit energy. If it could eat it, it would definitely help it grow faster. Master, it said excitedly, I can't wait. Don't worry. Jun Changshao said, I'll let Paige feed you later. The space-time larva said, Master, I can eat the soil myself. There's no need to specially feed me. When it saw Paige come to an open space, eat the soil in big mouthfuls, and then spit it out from its stomach, it immediately understood what it meant by feed. Jun Changshao said, Go eat. The space-time larva roared, A real man doesn't eat food given to him. What a joke! How dirty was the dirt that came out of that guy's mouth? How could it be eaten? Plop! When it was tossed over by Jun Changshao, it landed on the warm soil. Sensing the pure spiritual energy, its eyes immediately brightened. Thus, Manly Man began to eat crazily, and he ate with relish. Paige was dumbfounded. This little guy actually had the ability to eat dirt just like him. Paige. Jun Changshao patted its head and said with a smile, "I'll leave it to you in the future. You must satisfy its need to eat dirt." "Yes," Paige said with her head held high. However, just as Jun Changshao was about to leave, he asked weakly, "Master, when are you going to give me a skill?" "Don't worry," Jun Changshao said. "I have already ordered the Spirit Beast Hall to search for it. The materials will be gathered soon." As he spoke, he walked over and rubbed its head, saying, "You're my first contracted beast. I'll take advantage of anyone but you." Paige was so touched that it was about to cry. After its master left, it turned to look at the space-time larva and shouted, "Is it enough to eat?" "Not enough." Swish, swish, swish. Paige began to eat and began to vomit. One relied on eating dirt to increase its strength, while the other relied on spitting out spiritual soil to grow. These two were really a golden pair. After Jun Changshao left the herb field, he went to the Spirit Beast Hall to ask Old Nyo about the progress of the high-quality Earth Crystal Core. In the end, the answer he got was that it was not easy to find and would take some time. There are things that look like dragons and snakes in the demonic dragon cave. They should be Earth Spirit Beast. I can go and get some. Thinking of this, Jun Changshao personally flew out of the Sect of all times and went to the forbidden area where Su Xiaoma and Xia Shuiyun established their relationship. Then, he grabbed the high-level spirit beasts and beat them to death. "How dare you bully my disciple?" Boom! Boom! "How dare you bully my darling?" Boom! 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 An hour later, many martial artists who had come to train and had yet to enter the demonic dragon cave suddenly felt the ground shake, and then it caved in. The sudden change scared them so much that they almost fell to the ground. Then, they said in horror, "The demonic dragon cave has collapsed." Bang! Suddenly, a stream of light broke out of the collapsed area and flew out of the ground. Then, it hung in the air and revealed a handsome young man. Jun Changshao, the patriarch of the Sect of all times. The martial artists who came to train exclaimed. "Pa!" Jun Changshao patted and looked at the martial artists below. He said lightly, "The demonic dragon cave no longer exists. Go back to where you came from." Whoosh! He turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the sky. The martial artist's expressions became interesting. The demonic dragon cave, one of the forbidden areas of the Starfall continent, was destroyed by the patriarch of the Sect of all times, just like that. In the Sect of all times. After Jun Changshao returned, he opened the Spirit Beast Hall and clicked on the Intermediate Earth technique. He found that all the resources met the requirements, so he clicked on Confirm. Ga. Paige, who was eating soil to feed the space-time larva, suddenly narrowed its eyes and froze on the spot. Huff huff. Unfamiliar memories instantly poured into its mind. When its thoughts were completely restored, it had successfully mastered the Intermediate Earth technique. Understood, understood. Paige's eyes shone. Then, it stepped forward with its forelimbs and said excitedly, "So this is the technique that Master gave me." Huff huff. Huff huff huff. Its body was shrouded in rich earth attributes, and the spikes on its head gathered a dazzling light. The space-time larva, which was eating vomit, hurriedly crawled out of the ground and said in surprise, "What pure earth energy!" Whoosh! Whoosh! It was at this moment that Paige's thick fur suddenly stood up and hardened rapidly. Earth attribute energy began to gather around its body. Should I use the Intermediate Earth technique? Jun Changshao walked out of the hall and spread his spiritual thoughts. Hum. Hum. Majestic earth attributes kept gathering around Paige. The herb field and the various mountain peaks clearly trembled slightly. What's going on? The disciples who were cultivating or busy were alarmed. They spread their spiritual thoughts over and quickly locked onto the patriarch's contract beast. Damn! Li Fei said in surprise, how did this guy become a hedgehog? Roar! At this moment, Paige first lowered its head, then raised its head and roared like a wolf beast. Hum hum hum! Under its feet and in the area where it was eaten, strange circular patterns appeared one after another, and they emitted a heavy aura like the earth. Look at the sky! Someone exclaimed. The disciples looked up and saw the same strange patterns appearing in midair, synchronized with the patterns on the ground. Whoosh! 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 Suddenly, in the strange patterns on the ground, flashing earth cones flew up from the inside and merged with the patterns above, forming a majestic rain that fell again. The camera zoomed out. In the hundreds of patterns in the area of 300 meters, the indestructible earth cones were moving back and forth at an extremely fast speed, as if they were endless. This was the intermediate earth technique. After it was used, it would form a thick earth domain. Then, it would gather Earth's spiritual energy to attack and pierce the target inside. The warriors could choose to dodge, but as long as they did not hide outside the area, they would be hit by the falling earth cones sooner or later and suffer the damage that they should suffer. Jun Changshao said, the intermediate earth technique is an area of effect skill. The space-time larva, which was not in the attack range, glowed. These jumping earth cones contained extremely strong earth spiritual energy. If it could eat them, it would definitely be more helpful to its growth than eating vomit. Chapter 1091. Why was Paige, who had followed Jun Changshao to the East Sea Fishery Province, only used to open the treasury at the end of the battle? Because as an earth-type spiritual beast, it had a miraculous effect in nurturing soil, but it was really bad at fighting. For example, it experienced all kinds of disasters at sea. If Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others were not there, and Paige was there to fight, the result would have been that the ship would be in a mess. Although Paige had awakened the bloodline of the earth-devouring sacred beast, and its strength had been improved, it was still in the growth period and attribute. It was good for logistics, but it was weak to fight on the front line. Now, it had the ability to fight for its master by using the earth technique, which was the same as the intermediate dragon flame technique. Paige was very happy. So much so that after the crazy release, it fell down exhausted, but there was still a happy smile on its face. It remembered every word Go Xing said deeply in its heart. When it reached the peak of martial arts in the future, it must be by its master's side. Whoosh! The space-time larva ate the earth cones one by one, and the taste was indeed much better than vomit. Jun Changshao, who was standing on the main peak, was surprised to find that the little guy's body had changed visibly after only partnered with Paige for half a day. Good sign. If the space-time larva could be nurtured by the soil with spiritual energy alone, it would definitely save a lot of martial arts resources. The next day, Paige regained its courage from yesterday and continued to eat the earth. The space-time larva was responsible for feasting from day to night, eating until the sky turned dark. A few days later, the little guy had changed from an earthworm to a finger. The change was quite big. Paige had been working under a heavy load during this period. Although it was exhausted every day after it recovered, its strength had also improved significantly. Patriarch. One day, Elder Wei said with a sad face, "If the little bug keeps eating, I'm afraid the entire Mount Iron Bone will be eaten up by it." Paige could spit out the earth it ate and improve the soil's attribute. The space-time larva was purely eating. After eating, it would be digested in its stomach. Over time, a layer of the ground outside the herb field had been eaten up. It was definitely not a solution in the long run. "I'll let them eat outside," Jun Changshao said. Elder Wei was speechless. "Patriarch, this little bug's appetite is too big. I'm afraid that it will eat the entire Starfall continent when it reaches adulthood. That's true. Jun Changshao realized that just eating dirt was not enough. Thus, he began to change his strategy and added various ores, herbs, and other items to the spacetime larvae's diet. Although it could temporarily solve the problem of soil erosion, it also increased the workload of the medical hall because they had to allocate manpower and energy to plant more medicinal herbs for the little fellow to eat. Jun Changshao comforted him. For the sake of the sect of all times, Elder Wei has worked so hard. The value of a spacetime larva was not only reflected in its ability to connect to the Spiritas continent, but it could also be used to travel to other planes in the future. Although it would cost a lot to raise them, when the day came, the various major dimensions would be like their own backyard. They could come and go as they pleased. The benefits were immeasurable. He couldn't take it anymore. Go Xing was a little excited at the thought of being able to freely enter and exit the major planes, as if he was about to reach the pinnacle of his life. Whoosh! Whoosh! Outside the herb field, after the cooldown of the thick earth technique was over, Paige activated hundreds of flowing light patterns again. This time, it was not to show off, but to provide purer food for the spacetime larva to help it grow faster. Delicious! So delicious! The little fellow did not stand on ceremony. It ate all the earth cones and then lay on the ground with its big belly. Jun Changshao observed from afar and said, "The earth element energy that Paige condenses with her skill is even more effective for the little guy. Moreover, it doesn't cause the soil to leak away. We can let it use it every now and then." The next day, he brought Paige and the spacetime larva into the spacetime secret realm. The cooldown of the thick earth technique was once every 3 days. Under the acceleration of time, it could be used more often. The effect of feeding it would also be very fast. Paige, Jun Changshao said, "You guys will stay here for the time being. As long as you can use the thick earth technique, use it." Yes. 3 days later, Paige walked out of the secret realm as if it had lost its soul. Plop! As soon as it stepped on the ground, it stuck out its tongue and fell to the ground. 3 days in the outside world was 150 days in the secret realm. It had used the thick earth technique 50 times. Under this kind of crazy endless release, Paige's control of the earth attribute and the use of skills had become stronger. It could be said that it was painful and happy at the same time. The spacetime larva had more food. When it went in, it was only the size of a finger. Now, it had grown to the size of an adult's wrist. Its physique had changed a lot, and it had only been 3 days. After seeing the obvious changes of the spacetime larva, the system was a little depressed. It had joked before that the little fellow might need 10,000 years to grow. Now, it seemed that it was going to be slapped in the face again. The host has the strongest Sect system, and I'm the most face-slapped system. I can't live like this anymore. The little fellow's growth is still too slow. Jun Changshao was not satisfied with the growth of the spacetime larva. He thought to himself, if there's a higher-level spacetime secret realm with faster time acceleration, then it'll be great. The system was silent. Because it was afraid of being slapped in the face, it did not dare to say or ask. A few days later, Jiangyu returned from outside dejectedly. This time, after searching the continent for a while, he still could not find his sister's whereabouts. "Old Jiang," Jun Changshao said, "let's go, I'll take you to the East Sea Fishery Province." And so, the next day, after eating the meal cooked by Lu Wanshi, he summoned the archaic battlefield and took Jiangye to the East Sea. This time, he did not take any disciples with him, and his main purpose was to find someone, so Go Xing did not waste time and rushed to the East Sea Fishery Province as quickly as possible. After not being here for a while, this place was a little lively. Because of the death of Emperor Jinwei, the 3 empires launched a fierce attack on the Jinwei Empire. Although the empire had lost its backbone, Emperor Jinwei had many soldiers and generals and was still holding on, ensuring that not a single city was lost. Before the rise of Emperor Jinwei, this place had been at war all year round. Unless it was unified, the flames of war would always be raging. Jun Chongshao did not care. He took Jiangye to the East Sea Fishery Province and stayed for a few days. After finding nothing, he decided to set off for the South Sea or West Sea. For other cultivators, it might take a year or so to travel to such a distant province, and there was even a possibility of death. But for Jun Chongshao, who had the archaic battlefield, it was simply a trip. "Forget it," Jiangye said. "Patriarch, let's go back." He searched again and again, but failed again and again. He did not have the courage to continue searching, fearing that he would get an unacceptable answer in the end. Moreover, the West Sea and South Sea were more dangerous than the East Sea. The Patriarch had never been there before, and it would be troublesome if he got lost. "You're really not going?" "No," Jun Chongshao said. "All right." He steered the archaic warship, and was about to return to the continent when a stream of light suddenly rose from the sky behind him, as if it was going to soar into the clouds. "This is," Jun Chongshao said in surprise, "the land of spiritual energy recovery." Chapter 1092. Kill! Kill! Rumble! Rumble! The three empires had a total of 500,000 troops and were attacking Jinwei Empire's military stronghold, Dragon Lake City. If they could take it down, the 10+ cities behind them would be within reach. This was a crucial battle. The outcome would directly determine the situation of the East Sea region. Because of this, Jinwei Empire had also dispatched their elite troops to protect Dragon Lake City. Both sides had been fighting outside the city for several days. Both sides had victories and losses, and no one could do anything to the other. The situation had entered a stalemate. "We must take down the city this time." In the three empires' camp, the highest commanders said in a deep voice. They were the attacking side after all. Not being able to take down Dragon Lake City after a long time would not only damage their morale, but it would also be difficult to maintain their rations for too long. "General!" Right at this moment, a soldier came to report. "Outside. There's a phenomenon rising outside." Phenomenon! The commanders and generals were stunned and walked out of the barracks one after another. They saw a gorgeous and dazzling light rising in the area in front of the battlefield where the army was charging. A martial artist said solemnly, "The sign of spiritual energy recovery." Could it be that there are still spirit stone veins hidden under the Dragon Lake City battlefield? The commander of the three armies' eyes were suffused with excitement. Even a soldier like him, who led troops into battle, knew how important natural spirit stones were to martial artists and to a country. "Pass down the order!" The commander of the three armies shouted right away. "We must take down Dragon Lake City today, and occupy the place of spiritual energy recovery." "Yes! Kill! Kill!" On the battlefield, the hundreds of thousands of soldiers of the three empires accelerated their charging speed after receiving the order. The scene was like a surging tide. "We're in trouble." On the city wall of Dragon Lake City, the city guard general saw the flowing light produced by the spiritual energy recovery and frowned. The city won't be able to hold on. The sign of spiritual energy recovery represented that there were spirit stone veins hidden underground. This would definitely be extremely tempting. The three empires would definitely attack with their lives. "Damn it!" a deputy general said angrily. "If His Majesty was still here, how would the three empires dare to act rashly? If it was in the past, the other party would be thankful if the Jinwei Empire didn't find trouble with the three empires. Now that they had lost their backbone and were attacked by others, it was really a bit aggrieved. Complaining won't solve any problems." The city guarding general had a resolute gaze as he said, "Pass down the order, we must defend Dragon Lake City to the death." "Yes." The deputy general hurriedly passed down the order. The 200,000 soldiers guarding the city had already made up their minds. As long as the city existed, they would live. If the city fell, they would all die. Kill! Kill! On the battlefield, the soldiers of the three empires charged forward. When a battle that shook the heavens and the earth was about to unfold in Dragon Lake City, a flowing light flickered in the distance, and an enormous ancient ship that emitted a primordial aura suddenly floated in the area where the flowing light rose. Ka! The charging soldiers of the three empires all stopped and looked at the warship that seemed to have appeared out of thin air with disbelief. This thing, he could also fly in the sky? The guards of Longyuan City were dumbstruck as well. When two armies were facing off against each other, a flying ship was suspended in the middle of the battlefield. This scene was simply out of place. "General!" the deputy general on the city gate tower exclaimed. "It's the patriarch of the sect of all times." The city guarding general had also already seen the young man in white standing on the bow of the ship, and his eyes were filled with shock as he said, "Why is he here again?" "Hey hey hey!" Jun Changshao picked up the loudspeaker, and after testing the sound, he said in a clear voice, "People below, listen up, this place of spiritual energy recovery was discovered by me first. If you don't want to die, get lost quickly." Very domineering, very arrogant. "Humph," the three empires' general said coldly. "It suddenly appeared right in front of us, and he has the nerve to say that he discovered it first." "General," a general said, "judging from the scale of the phenomenon, the spirit stone vein underground must be very majestic. We must not give up, or else the higher-ups will definitely blame us. The guy standing on the warship should be a martial artist from the Jinwei Empire deliberately pretending to be mysterious," someone guessed. After considering for a moment, the three armies' generals ordered, "Shoot him down." Yes. Swoosh. 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 When the soldiers on the battlefield received the order, they all raised their bows, and streams of light gathered on the arrows. "Release the arrows." Swish, 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 swish. 100,000 sharp arrows were released from the bowstrings, gathered into a formation that was like a galaxy, and shot toward the archaic battlefield. When the Longyuan city's general saw this, he was instantly delighted. The person on the warship could even kill the emperor, and his strength was abnormally terrifying. The three empires actually took the initiative to attack him, and they were probably in big trouble this time. Huff, huff. At this moment, an extremely vast aura surged from the warship, and then it spread in midair. The sharp arrows that were shot explosively were all frozen as soon as they entered. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. In the blink of an eye, the 100,000 arrows were all bound in midair. This, the three empires' generals, and soldiers all widened their eyes as they looked at the spectacular scene in midair in disbelief. Jun Changshao flew out from the warship, and the powerful aura that spread out suddenly contracted. The bound arrows quickly gathered together and then forcefully kneaded together, turning into a huge sphere. Everyone was aghast. "General!" a general on the three empires' side said in shock. "This person is not simple." Jun Changshao floated in midair, and the sphere of arrows hung above his head. He said indifferently, "Go back and ask your emperor to open the treasury. I will take the spirit stones here, and then I will personally make a trip there." He paused for a moment, and his gaze became cold and fierce. Scram! Huff, huff! The sword and martial saints released their aura, and it swept over like a monstrous wave. The soldiers who were wantonly disturbed instantly revealed a sinister expression, as if they were experiencing the pain and torture of their souls. Plop! The generals of the three armies fell to the ground in shock, and then they got up with a pale face and said, "Retreat! Retreat! Retreat!" Swoosh! Swoosh! The hundreds of thousands of soldiers that gathered on the battlefield of Longyuan City fled in a way that threw away their armor, and they quickly disappeared without a trace. They ran away! The Jinwei Empire's soldiers were overjoyed. However, looking at Jun Changshao who had been standing in midair, there was still a strong fear in their eyes. They were afraid that the other party would be unhappy and destroy their city with a snap of his fingers. That would not be the case, because the recovery of spiritual energy was outside the battlefield, and every city was involved. After scaring away the soldiers of the three empires, Jun Changshao landed and sat cross-legged in the area of light, waiting for the treasure land to completely recover. Patriarch Jiang Ye said, "This sign of spiritual energy recovery is several times stronger than that of the Iron Bone Mountain. I'm afraid the spiritual stone veins hidden below are very huge." Jun Changshao grinned and said, "What an unexpected gain." Swoosh, swoosh. At this moment, many itinerant cultivators and sects in the East Sea Fishery State saw the strange phenomenon and rushed over from all over the world. Jun Changshao gathered his energy in his dantian and shouted, "I have taken a fancy to this place. Leave quickly." His voice still contained the momentum of the sword and martial saints, which deeply shocked the minds of all the martial artists, making their faces change drastically, and they left as quickly as possible. When one's strength reached a terrifying level, he could completely suppress the strong greed of others. Swoosh. A few days later, the towering light disappeared. Crack, crack, crack. Cracks began to appear on the ground, and incomparably pure spiritual energy of heaven and earth emerged. Jun Changshao said, "The battlefield where countless undead gathered is actually the recovery of spiritual energy. It's a bit unexpected." Swoosh. He stood up and activated the 5 elements constitution. Huff, 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 huff. Pure earth attributes spread out and then merged with the cracked ground, causing it to expand and form a deep pit. After a while, a deep and long hole was dug out. The soil on the surface was crystal clear, natural spiritual stones. The system said, "This should be a large mineral vein, with at least 10 million spiritual stones." Jun Changshao jumped down and began to dig crazily. Because of the 5 elements constitution and the 5 elements heavenly art, this kind of mineral vein that required a large number of miners to mine for a long time was completely dug out by him in only half a day. After counting, there were more than 20 million natural spiritual stones in the large mineral vein. Nice. Jun Changshao returned to the ancient battlefield and looked at the 3 empires. "Let's go and settle the score with them for shooting 100,000 arrows." Chapter 1093. Jun Changshao left. The guards and soldiers of Longyuan City stood on top of the empty mine and were dumbfounded. Just from the entrance, they could roughly guess that it was a large mine, but it was dug clean in just half a day. "How did that guy do it?" "General," the deputy general said, "before he left, he went to settle the score of 100,000 arrows." "Could it be?" The general shook his head and said, "The 3 empires are going to be slaughtered. This kind of big shot who could intimidate hundreds of thousands of soldiers with just one sentence, whoever provoked him would definitely have a hard time." Of course, the general was very glad that he recognized Jun Changshao. Otherwise, if he also attacked, it would definitely cause a lot of trouble. Raging Flame Empire. Imperial Palace. The Emperor of Raging Flame's forehead was covered with sweat at this moment, because the guy who blackmailed him earlier was floating in the air on a warship. He already knew the situation. A few days ago, the general sent to attack Longyuan City ordered arrows to shoot. The other party was here to settle the score. "Tell me, what should we do?" Jun Changshao asked. He didn't come over to scold or fight. He just solved the conflict in a peaceful way. The emperor wiped the sweat on his forehead. "Do what Jun Patriarch says." "Easy." Jun Changshao said, "Spirit stones, ores, herbs, whatever, no matter the level, give me as much as you can." Raising space-time larvae required too many resources. It would be best if he could get some from the 3 empires. Okay. The Emperor of Raging Flame compromised. He hurriedly ordered people to take out all kinds of resources as compensation. After sending the other party away, he sat on the stairs and let out a long sigh of relief. The other two empires were also very cooperative. As long as Jun Changshao appeared in the imperial palace, they would obediently take out all kinds of resources. After being blackmailed twice in a row, the three empires were doomed to not start a war with the Jinwei Empire for the time being. The East Sea Fishery Province also had a rare period of peace. He brought Jiang Ye to the East Sea to find his sister, but he didn't find her. Instead, he got tens of millions of natural spirit stones and various martial arts resources. This taught him a lesson. Don't stay at home all the time. When you have nothing to do, go out and walk. You might have unexpected gains, such as picking up a steel drum on the ground. Little fellow. After returning to the sect, Jun Changshao took out some of the ores and herbs he had obtained from the three empires and said, "Eat to your heart's content." The space-time larva immediately became excited. Patriarch. Zhen Dejuan walked in and said solemnly, Xin Yao sensed that the seal of the formation was showing signs of loosening. I went to the northern desert prefecture with her and the results were not optimistic. I'm afraid it won't last more than a few months. Be more specific. Half a year or 3 to 5 months. Jun Changshao sat down and clasped his fingers together. It seems like the Spiritas have found a way to break through. We can't just sit here and wait for death. We must make preparations. Zhen Dejuan said, we can set up a lightning formation in the land of yellow sand. If the soul race charges over one day, we can blow them all into the sky. This can only solve a small part of the problem. Jun Changshao said solemnly, if the other party launches a large-scale invasion, I'm afraid it will be difficult to stop them. Looking at the space-time larva that was crazily eating martial resources, he shook his head and said, if this little fellow can grow up quickly and open up a tunnel from another location, it will be even better. The best defense was offense. Jun Changshao hoped to enter the Spiritas continent first and cause chaos there so that the other party would not have the mind to come and harm the Starfall continent. Master, the space-time larva said, if I can eat like this every day, I will grow up in a few months and have the ability to nibble through spatial barriers. Jun Changshao rolled his eyes. At this rate, the entire Starfall continent's resources would not be able to supply it for a few months. No. Jun Changshao rubbed his temples. We must find a way to obtain more resources. Yuan Gongzi said. Patriarch said that there are many large planes in the battlefield that have high-grade spirit stones. We can use things of equal value to exchange with them. Jun Changshao's eyes lit up. That makes sense. Without enmity, Go Xing could not rob or extort the large planes, but he could do business with them in exchange for spirit stones to feed the spacetime larva. Especially the 9 heavens continents hexagram stones. If he could exchange for tens of millions of them, all his problems would be solved. However, Jun Changshao held his chin and said, what can we exchange with? That's too much. Yuan Gongzi counted carefully. For example, body-shaping pills, soul-shaping pills, healing pills, all of them can be exchanged. I don't believe that the planes will not be tempted. Moreover, if we sell these pills to other planes, it won't bring any trouble to us. Although the Sect of all times sold all kinds of pills in the Starfall continent, they always controlled the quantity to prevent their opponents from buying them. If they were to trade with the large planes, it would not be too much of a problem because it was almost impossible to have any channels of communication between them other than the battlefield. Smack! Jun Changshao patted Yuan Gongzi's shoulder and said with relief, Old Yuan, you're so considerate. With your help, I'm like a tiger that has grown wings. The heavens are helping me. Let's go. Let's do business with the various planes and earn more spirit stones. Plain battlefield. Outside the Lingyuan continent stronghold, Kujinen held a healing pill and said in surprise, Jun Patriarch, is this little pill really that magical? Jun Changshao said, we can test it on the spot. How? Swish. Jun Changshao grabbed the collar of a Lingyuan continent martial artist and then threw him over his shoulder. beating him up with both hands and feet. Pooh! Pooh! A moment later, this expert who was comparable to Wu Huang was beaten to the ground with heavy injuries. Jun Changshao gestured and said, "You can take the pill now." Kujinan was speechless. Both sides had cooperated many times and established a deep revolutionary friendship. He did not hesitate to throw the pill into his subordinate's mouth. Thus, it was time to witness a miracle. The martial artist, who was originally heavily injured, after taking the pill, immediately stood up. His entire face was flushed red, and from being extremely weak, he suddenly became full of vigor. "Patriarch! I'm actually fine." Kujinan hurriedly grabbed his wrist. After confirming that he was indeed not injured, she exclaimed, "This is amazing." It was very common for martial artists to be injured or even seriously injured. To be able to revive on the spot after taking a healing pill was very heaven-defying. Jun Changshao added, "My pill also has the effect of recovering energy." Jun Patriarch. Kujinan said, "How much?" He was already tempted. Jun Changshao said, "Since we're old friends, 100 for 100,000 spirit stones." "No problem." Kujinan took out a ring with 1,000,000 spirit stones and said, 1,000 first. This was because he had a good relationship with Jun Changshao, and they trusted each other, so he was not worried about being cheated. "Happy working with you." After completing the transaction, Jun Changshao smiled. Although the spirit stones of the Lingyuan continent were not as strong as the hexagram stone, they were still worth 2 or 3 natural spirit stones of the falling star continent. It would be good to feed the spacetime larvae. 9 Heavens Continent. Emo Shangxing was discussing matters with the elders in the main hall. A subordinate reported, "City Lord, Jun Changshao of the Falling Star Continent is outside seeking an audience. Why is he here?" Emo Shangxing immediately became vigilant. After all, the incident of being blackmailed back then was still vivid in his mind. It was inevitable that he would be bullied by this guy again. City Lord Emo, outside the stronghold, seeing the person he was looking for appear, Jun Changshao cupped his hands and said, "Long time no see. I've missed you." Emo Shangxing's mouth twitched. "You missed me, but I didn't miss you at all." Jun Patriarch. Emo Shangxing cupped his hands and said, "Why are you looking for me?" Jun Changshao sat on the chair prepared in advance, crossed his legs, and clasped his hands on his legs. He said, "Jun wants to discuss business with City Lord Emo." "Business? Yes, it's a big business." Chapter 1094. Emo Shangxing was at a loss. Jun Changshao actually took the initiative to discuss business with him, and it was a very big business deal at that? No. There must be a trap. It could be a trap, or a trick to extort him. Sigh. The promised trust between people was ruined by Jun Changshao just like that. Jun Patriarch. Emo Shangxing said, "I'm not a businessman, and I don't know anything about doing business." This was an elegant and tactful rejection, mainly because he was worried that the other party would cheat him. "Don't worry, City Lord Emo." Jun Changshao could also hear it and said seriously, "Doing business with Jun will only make you a lot of money, you definitely won't lose out." The more he said this, the more Emo Shangxing felt that he was being cheated, so he smiled awkwardly and said, "If Jun Patriarch wants to do business, it's better to find someone else. I'm really not cut out for this." "Alright." Seeing that he was unwilling, Jun Changshao turned and left. Sigh. He sighed and said, "Jun can only take the pills that can heal people instantly and find other planes to trade." "Wait a moment." Emo Shangxing said, "What did Jun Patriarch just say?" Jun Changshao turned around and held up his right hand. There was a bottle of healing pills on it, and said, "This item is called the Instant Healing Pill. Any injuries that are seriously injured or on the verge of death can be healed instantly after taking it. It's really a must-have and must-have pill for martial artists when traveling and robbing." Emo Shangxing was dumbfounded by this sudden promotion. It wasn't that he hadn't seen all kinds of healing pills, but a pill that could heal injuries instantly was a bit ridiculous. Or could it be that this guy thought he had no intelligence at all, and casually took out a normal pill to fool him, and then forced him to buy and sell? If Jun Changshao knew what he was thinking, he would definitely be depressed. Am I really such a bastard now? I was being misunderstood when I was doing business seriously? City Lord Mo, if you don't believe me, you can let a yellow class wounded person test it. Mo Shangxing was silent for a while, then gave a look to the old man beside him. The old man hurriedly left, then went to the stronghold to find a severely injured martial artist who had fainted. In this day and age, if one didn't have any injured members at home, they would be too embarrassed to greet others when they went out. Jun Patriarch, Mo Shangxing said, this subordinate of mine was injured in a place of opportunity and has been in a coma for several years. Can the instant healing pill cure him? Jun Changshao said confidently, as long as your realm meets the requirements, as long as you still have a breath of life left in you, you can instantly stand up and regain your former glory as a man. Mo Shangxing waved his hand and said, carry him out and let Jun Patriarch treat him. Yes. The old man brought the wounded out of the stronghold and laid them flat on the ground. Jun Changshao walked over and casually glanced at the other party. He immediately determined that the other party was severely injured. If not for the special method used to forcefully hang on to life, the other party would have long been dead. Did he not believe in his pills, so he purposely gave him a super sick person? Jun Changshao shook his head, took out a healing pill, and said, please open his mouth. The old man walked up and opened the unconscious martial artist's mouth. He thought to himself, this person's meridians are broken, and his injuries are extremely severe. How can he be cured without a miracle pill? Mo Shangxing thought so too. As long as Jun Changxiao's pills were useless, he had a reason to reject the deal. After all, he was not a fool, and would not allow himself to be forced to sell. Xiao. Jun Changshao flicked his finger, and the healing pill flew into the mouth of the severely injured martial artist. He said, everyone, it's time to witness a miracle. Pooh. The injured martial artist who took the pill immediately spat out a mouthful of black blood, and his face became even paler. The old man hurriedly retreated and said angrily, City Lord, the pill is poisonous. Jun Patriarch. Mo Shangxing's face suddenly darkened and he said in a low voice, you're no fun like this. Although it was a healing pill, it was actually a poisonous pill, and it even worsened the injuries of his subordinate. This was definitely not a business deal, this was definitely a troublemaker. Yes, you have people above you, but after that incident they did not provoke you. Even if you want to bully people, you can't bully people like this. Or did you, Jun Changshao, really think that the Nine Heavens continent is a soft persimmon, and came to pinch us for no reason? This was intolerable. At that moment, Mo Shangxing's body surged with a strong anger, and he roared, Jun Changshao, don't! Shua! At that moment, the injured martial artist who spat out black blood opened his eyes, and then straightened his body, his face and eyes showing a who am I? Where am I? Where is this place? Expression. The martial artists of the Nine Heavens continent were dumbfounded. Their companion who was on the verge of death actually magically sat up, and from the gradually rosy complexion, it was obvious that he was fine. Mo Shangxing saw his subordinate suddenly stand up, and hurriedly swallowed back the words he was about to say under the control of his anger, so he almost suffered a backlash and spat out blood on the spot. The old man who said that the pill was poisonous was also dumbfounded. A person who was about to die and could only rely on the vitality array to forcibly prolong his life was instantly fine after taking the pill. This was simply unbelievable. This was simply seeing a ghost. City Lord Mo. Jun Changshao said, you can check his injuries. Shua. The old man hurriedly strode over, and clasped the wrist of the martial artist who was at a loss. After the most careful examination, He turned to look at the city lord, and said in disbelief, "He recovered." In fact, even if he did not check, Mo Shangxing could see it. Jun, where was he? Where was he? Jun Changshao had already disappeared from the scene, and the post-production team drew a human-shaped dotted line in the area where he was standing at the beginning. City Lord Mo hurriedly released his spiritual sense, and found that the guy had already flown away and said, "Since City Lord Mo is not good at doing business, Jun has to find another buyer." "Jun Patriarch!" He hurriedly shouted, "Wait, wait!" Such a miraculous pill, even if Mo Shangxing was not good at doing business. He could realize how invaluable it was. Negotiate. He must negotiate. In the open space outside the stronghold of the Nine Heavens continent, the negotiation table was set up. Jun Changshao, who was kindly persuaded to stay, sat down, put his hands on the table, and said, "Jun doesn't like to beat around the bush. 1 second quick heal pill is 5,000 hexagram stones." The price given to the Lingyuan continent was 100,000 spirit stones per million, but here it was 500,000 spirit stones per million, and it was the highest grade of spirit stones. It was obvious that Go Shing was very loyal to his friends, who had established a revolutionary friendship. Mo Shangxing was a little hesitant. Jun Changshao said seriously, "To cultivate a yellow character, if converted to hexagram stones, it's probably worth more than 5,000 hexagram stones. With the second quick heal pill, it's equivalent to giving them an extra life. If City Lord Mo thinks the price is too high, Jun can only find someone else to cooperate with." As he said this, he got up and was about to leave. "Jun Patriarch," Mo Shangxing hurriedly asked, "how many of these quick heal pills do you have?" To cultivate a yellow character martial artist, not only did it require a lot of spirit stones, it also required a long time. Of course, he knew the value of the second quick heal pill, which was equivalent to an extra life. "How much does City Lord Mo want?" Jun Changshao asked back. Mo Shangxing thought for a moment, then raised a finger and said, 10,000. Jun Changshao almost fell off his chair. 10,000 quick heal pills was equivalent to 50 million hexagram stones? Not to mention that he could cultivate the spacetime larvae into the sky. The rest could be given to the sect disciples to cultivate. Old Yuan, I love you to death. Without Yuan Gongzi's suggestion, Jun Changshao wouldn't have thought of coming to the battlefield to find a big plane to do business. After all, he was a big shot. Although Jun Changshao was excited, he looked calm on the surface. Then, he put on a thoughtful expression and said, "City Lord Mo, we do have 10,000 quick heal pills, but it will take some time." "How long?" 1 or 2 months. Chapter 1095. Jun Changshao didn't expect Mo Shangxing to ask for 10,000 healing pills. That was a huge amount, and he didn't have that many in stock. Ever since he got the formula for high-grade healing pills, he ordered Li Qingyang to make them, but the production rate wasn't high due to the limited number of medicinal ingredients. Moreover, when he made these pills, he hoped that his disciples would have an extra life in the interdimensional battlefield. Because not many people went in, he didn't think about mass production. This business discussion gave Jun Changshao a reminder. He had to pay attention when he went back. Even if his disciples were rarely injured, he had to prepare enough supplies. "Jun Patriarch," Mo Shangxing said seriously, "I hope that our cooperation will be pleasant and not play tricks." What he meant was, "I'm not stupid, don't trick me." He was mainly worried that if he didn't have enough of these miraculous pills, he would pass them off as normal healing pills. Jun Changshao leaned over, raised a palm and swore, "I, Jun Changshao, have always been honest when doing business. If I play any tricks, I'm willing to be struck by lightning." "Jun Patriarch, you're too serious." Mo Shangxing said that, but he relaxed a little. However, when the day of the transaction came, he would definitely check carefully. After all, his spirit stones didn't just fall from the sky. City Lord Mo Jun Changshao tapped his finger on the table and said, "Just give me the cost price of the healing pill that the warrior from your continent took." System. That was clearly used to promote products and experiment, but he was shameless enough to ask for the cost price. How much? 49.99. The cost price and the market price were only one pill apart. This was AF * King Profiteer. At first, Jun Changshao wanted to sell body-shaping pills and soul-shaping pills, but the healing pills alone were enough, so he didn't consider trading them. Elder Wei. After returning to the sect, he said seriously, "The scale of the herb farm needs to be increased, and the planting of herbs needs to be sped up." Yes. Elder Wei hurriedly called for Page and began to expand the scale of the medicinal field. He also ordered the members to plant a large number of medicinal herbs that were used to refine high-grade healing pills. Little fellow. Jun Changshao came to the study room and placed a hexagram stone on the table. He said, "If you have enough spirit stones like this, how long will it take for you to grow?" 10 days. The space-time larva said without hesitation. Jun Changshao's mouth twitched. Tens of millions of hexagram stones, if it were him, it would take an unimaginable number of days to absorb them. Yet it had eaten them all in 10 days. That was a little terrifying. Who? Sitting on the chair, Jun Changshao pondered, even if I can refine 10,000 healing pills in 2 months at the latest, according to Elder Zhen and Xinyao's calculations, there's still some time before the soul race's continent breaks the seal. However, if there are unforeseen circumstances, it will be troublesome. One had to consider everything thoroughly. After thinking for a while, Jun Changshao hurriedly ordered Zhen Dejuan and Shangguan Xinyao to head to the northern desert state and set up a large number of defensive and offensive formations within the ancient formation to prevent the soul race from breaking it in advance. Patriarch Yuan Gongzi suggested, if the soul race breaks the seal, they will definitely invade on a large scale. I think we can set up a fortified city fortress in advance and send an army to guard it for a long time. This way we can defend it immediately. Makes sense. Jun Changshao put his hand on his shoulder and said, I really have to thank the Demon Emperor's Gate Sect Master for kicking out such a big talent like you. Yuan Gongzi was silent. In his heart, he roared, I was kicked out because of you. When he first joined the Sect of all times, he was more or less conflicted. However, during this period of time, he had a deeper understanding of the Sect. He gradually realized that even the 1 black and 2 black in charge of the cafeteria were king teammates. What shocked Yuan Gongzi the most was, the Patriarch actually dared to become enemies with the world for a disciple. This kind of domineering aura was not something that the Demon Emperor's Gate Sect Master could compare to. Yuan Feng, I followed the right person. Old Yuan, our relationship is like Bo Lu and a horse. It's easy for us to work together to achieve great things. Jun Changshao said, think about it carefully. Isn't the scene of me, the Bo Lu, riding a horse like you on the grassland very heroic? Isn't it very bloodthirsty? Yuan Gongzi collapsed. You're riding me on the grassland, how am I supposed to imagine such a scene? Relying on the spacetime worm to open up the spacetime tunnel first and kill their way in. This method was feasible, but there was no guarantee that the other party would not attack first. Therefore, Yuan Gongzi's suggestion of building high walls and accumulating food was very good. City Lord Sunday, in the hall, Jun Changshao handed over 200,000 artificial spirit stones and said, the Sect of all times has business with many sects in Guizhou. Please allow us to build a city in the desert as a transfer station for ores. This, a middle-aged man with thick eyebrows and big eyes fell silent. His name was Sun Shijing, the city lord of Deqian's royal city. In name, he was also the boss of the northern desert state. With Page and Li Qingyang, building a military fortress was easy. However, it was their territory after all. How could they let you build a city with great fanfare? With the strength of Jun Changshao and the Sect of all times, City Lord Sun might immediately admit defeat if they came to visit and spoke with a more serious tone. However, he would still choose to spend money to do things. After all, he was not an unreasonable person. Too little. No, no, no. City Lord Sun took 100,000 and pushed the other 100,000 over. He said seriously, the desert environment is harsh and not suitable for living. Since Jun Patriarch has plans to build a city, he actually doesn't need so many spirit stones. All right then. Jun Changshao cupped his hands and said, "Thank you, City Lord Sun." After leaving, Sun Shijing shook his head and said, "There are sandstorms all year round in the desert. Is Jun Patriarch burning money by building a city there as a transfer station?" A few days later, Li Qingyang rushed to the desert with all kinds of tools and measured against the harsh environment. Soon, he came up with dozens of plans. "Let's build it," Jun Changshao said. Yes. Therefore, a large number of construction materials were transported to the desert. Because they wanted to build a military fortress, the materials chosen were mainly sturdy. Li Qingyang was in charge of construction, Page was in charge of reclamation, and Jun Changshao was not idle either. He ordered the array formation hall to set up the super teleportation array to ensure that the city and the sect of all times could be connected. This is a big project. Elder Zhen led Shangguan Xinyao and the other members and started to get busy. Because of the limited power, the super teleportation array could not teleport too far. They could only set up one at a certain distance until they reached the northern desert state. Hall Master Fan. Jun Changshao said, "All kinds of weapons need to be infused with souls as soon as possible." Okay. After infusing souls into Li Qingyang and the others' exclusive weapons, Fan Yezi had been infusing souls into other weapons every day. Although he was very busy, his life was very fulfilling. The originally peaceful sect of all times suddenly became serious with Jun Changshao's continuous arrangements. There was even the rhythm of a war. Time flies like an arrow, fleeting by like a white steed. A month later, a city seemed to appear out of thin air in the desert of the northern desert state. From afar, it looked like a lion entrenched in yellow sand. The four main city gates in the east, west, south, and north were engraved with the words, Aeon City. Patriarch. On the city gate tower, Li Qingyang introduced, "Because this city is used for defense, there are fewer goose houses and more barracks. It can accommodate 1,000,000 soldiers without a problem." Not bad, not bad. Jun Changshao nodded in satisfaction. Although a more professional manager had come to the sect, he still loved his second disciple the most because he could always complete the task perfectly and never let him down. Chapter 1096. Oh my God! This is too unbelievable. The patriarch of the Tsangsha sect, Grand Elder, Old Monster Su, and the others stood in the newly built Aeon City. Their faces were filled with shock. The desert was known for its harsh climate in the northern desert state. At least 200 days in a year, it would be filled with dust and sand. Jun Patriarch actually built a magnificent city here. No. Didn't he say it was going to be a transfer station for or trading? Why did it feel like a sturdy military base? Everyone was puzzled, but they didn't dare to say or ask. Everyone, Jun Changshao said, if you have or trading in the future, you can come to Aeon City. Building the city was to better face the invasion of the soul race, but it must be used for business. Moreover, the teleportation array was basically deployed. It would be convenient to use it to transport goods in the future. Of course, as a price, it required the consumption of artificial spirit stones. In this aspect, Jun Changshao didn't lack at all. He could even use elixirs to do business with the major planes. He didn't even put natural spirit stones in his eyes. In this world where dozens of natural spirit stones were enough to make martial artists happy, Jun Changshao had already gone to trade with the high-level planes. The gap was too big. Everyone, Jun Changshao said, "We have cooperated for a long time. If you encounter any big trouble in the future, you can come to Aeon City to avoid it." Feng Feisha and the others cupped their hands and said, "Thank you." In their hearts they were muttering, "Why doesn't Jun Patriarch wish me well?" If they knew about the Soul Race continent, they wouldn't think so. Instead, they would be grateful to Jun Changshao. The construction of Aeon City caused quite a stir in the northern desert state and even the entire Falling Star continent. Many forces guessed that the purpose of that guy's construction was not purely for business. Since ancient times, the 9 states have always been independent. Could it be that this guy has the ambition to unify? He even dares to bully the top Taishan Xingzong. If Jun Changshao really wants to conquer the world, it doesn't seem strange at all. I have a feeling that something bad is going to happen. Maybe it has something to do with him. All the martial artists were making their own guesses. It could be said that the bigger the hole in one's brain, the bigger the imagination. Great senior imperial cities, City Lord Han disdained to care about the rumors spreading from the outside world. If Jun Patriarch really had the intention of unifying the 9 provinces, he wouldn't have gone through so much trouble. He would have done it as soon as the various cultivators entered the planar battlefield. I'm the one who understands dogs. After the Millennium City was completed, Jun Changshao transferred the 4 legions of the War Cavalry Hall over to guard the city for a long period of time. At the same time, he also sent Elder Nyo and 200,000 ferocious beasts to assist them. Outside the ancient array left behind by the Array Emperor, there were various thunder arrays and a sturdy city beside it. The level of defense was extremely high. Even so, Jun Changshao was still a little worried. After all, who knew how the Soul Race would invade? I have to let the space-time larva grow up as soon as possible. Then, I'll go and take a look first so that I can know my enemy. The planting of medicinal herbs in the medical hall didn't stop at all. Elder Wei and the other members were busy working overtime until another half a month had passed. All kinds of medicinal herbs for refining healing pills came out one after another. Refine. Every time there were medicinal herbs in the warehouse, Jun Changshao would pull them to the maximum limit. Just like that, another half a month passed. All 10,000 healing pills were refined. There were even 2,000 or 3,000 extra. With the goods prepared, Jun Changshao hurriedly set off for the dimensional battlefield. Then, he found Mo Shangxing and began the most honest business transaction. City Lord. Outside the stronghold, an extremely experienced alchemist specially invited from the 9 Heavens continent did a 4-hour-long examination. He transmitted his voice. These pills have the same color and spiritual energy. They should all be effective. Mo Shangxing trusted him a lot. Thus he smiled and said, "I'll take all of these healing pills." But, he paused and said, "Can you give me a discount?" 10,000 healing pills were equivalent to 50 million 6-pointed star stones. Although he was rich, if he really took them all out, it would be like asking for his life. Jun Changshao said, "Since City Lord Mo wants to do business sincerely, then give me 45 million. This was a very good business partner. There might be a need for him in the future, so giving him 5 million was no problem. "Okay." Mo Shangxing said, "Deal." He was very happy now, but after paying such a large amount of 6-pointed star stones, his heart was bleeding. After all, this was his savings of hundreds or thousands of years. It's okay. Mo Shangxing comforted himself. When I return to the 9 Heavens continent and promote these pills, it will definitely bring in more profits. The main purpose of buying so many healing pills was not for personal use. His main purpose was to resell them. Moreover, the 9 Heavens continent's overall strength was high, and there were many emperors. Injuries from fighting were common, so it would definitely be easy to sell. City Lord Mo, happy cooperation. Jun Patriarch, happy cooperation. After the business was done, Jun Changshao immediately returned to the Sect of all times. He placed the space-time larva in a relatively independent huge formation and took out 20 million six-pointed star stones. Huff huff. Huff huff. Piles of spirit stones that looked like hills appeared one after another. Plop. The space-time larva directly fainted. With so much edible energy in front of it, happiness came too suddenly. It couldn't take it at all. Jun Changshao grabbed the little guy and threw it into the pile of spirit stones. "If I can't eat an adult in 10 days, I'll roast you," the space-time larva said solemnly. "Master, I can definitely do it." Jun Changshao nodded. Just as he walked out of the formation, he hurriedly clutched his chest and said, "No, my heart hurts." That was 20 million six-pointed star stones. If it was used to develop the sect, the overall strength of the sect would definitely increase greatly. Now, it was all fed to the space-time larva. The system comforted him. When this little guy can dig holes, it can enter and leave various planes at will. The benefits will definitely be far greater than what the host is paying now. That's more like it. When the space-time larva grew up, it would have the ability to open up space. This was the only thing Jun Changshao could use to comfort himself. 10 days later. The sky had just brightened. Jun Changshao woke up early and went to the back mountain without washing up. As soon as he entered the huge formation, he looked at the dull stones piled up like mountains and clutched his chest again. "Ziwei, my heart hurts so much." Boom boom boom. At this moment, the endless mountain range of spirit stones trembled violently. A huge head poked out from inside. There were many small eyes on it, and its mouth was very big with sharp teeth inside and outside. Huff huff huff, the big guy stood up. From its shape, it looked like a worm. "Master," it said proudly, "now please call me the space-time worm." F***CK. Jun Changshao exclaimed, "Baron Nash?" Chapter 1097. Within 10 days, the space-time larva had eaten all 20 million hexagram stones and successfully evolved into a space-time worm. From the looks of it, it was very similar to Baron Nash from a game that Jun Changshao had once played. It was also a creature that players called Big Dragon. Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh. The space-time worm stood upright, and a very special aura appeared around it, causing the spatial barrier in the formation to tremble. "You can open up the space-time tunnel now?" Jun Changshao asked. The space-time worm said proudly, "Piece of cake." Ka ka ka. As soon as it said that, its mouth full of teeth suddenly opened and bit off a piece of the spatial barrier before chewing happily. "Amazing!" Jun Changshao gave it a thumbs up. With his current cultivation, he could forcefully break through space, but it was just on the surface. Everything was calm and would heal on its own. The space-time worm's ability to open its mouth and eat a small hole was simply amazing. "Master, where do you want to go? I can take you there." "The Soul Continent. Can you determine the specific location?" The space-time worm could devour deep space, but the universe was so big. Without a GPS, it might not reach its destination even if it ate until the end of time. "Yes," Jun Changshao said, "follow me." Aeon City. The 4 armies were training in the training field, and hundreds of thousands of beasts were scattered around the city. Although they looked indifferent, they would quickly enter battle mode when they received Xuerengue's orders. It was no exaggeration. The top armies of the various states and counties were completely powerless in front of the war cavalry hall. They were even pressed to the ground and rubbed against them. "Old 3, I'm a little nervous." The Tsang San sect disciple in charge of transporting the ores walked on the streets of the city. Seeing the wolf cavalry and ferocious spirit beasts around him, he was so scared that cold sweat broke out on his forehead. They were used to cities full of humans. Suddenly entering a place where beasts could be seen everywhere felt like entering another world. "I'm quite scared for my first time here too." The disciple called Old 3 imparted his experience. "But there's no need to worry. They're very friendly and won't attack us maliciously. Whoosh! At this moment, a stream of light flew out from the city lord's mansion. Behind it was a strangely shaped bug. What is that? I've never seen him before. There were many ferocious beasts in the city. The disciples of the Azure Sands sect had heard of them before, but they knew nothing about the space-time worm that had suddenly flown out. Shwa! Shwa! Jun Changshao, who was teleported out of the teleportation array, did not greet Shui Rengue, who was guarding the city. He directly flew out of the city and landed in the area sealed by the array. Master! As soon as the space-time worm landed, it exclaimed in surprise, "There's the aura of my race here." Jun Changshao said, 10,000 years ago, the Soul race used the space-time worms to break through the spatial barrier and invade the Starfall continent. I understand. The space-time worm said, Master, do you want me to use this space-time tunnel left behind 10,000 years ago to open another entrance to the Spiritas continent? Not bad. Jun Changshao nodded. The space-time worm said, since there's already a space-time tunnel, why don't you use it to enter? Why do you want to open another one? If we use the tunnel they opened to enter rashly, we'll be easily discovered. We might even let them take the opportunity to sneak in, Jun Changshao said. The array left behind by the Array Emperor could temporarily act as a seal. If he used this tunnel to enter, wouldn't it be the same as helping them break it in advance? Go Xing would not do such a stupid thing. Understood. The space-time worm said, Master, you want to open another tunnel to sneak in. That's right. Jun Changshao was a little surprised. After this fellow evolved, its intelligence seemed to have increased a lot. As expected, the 20 million was not in vain. No, my heart hurts so much. The space-time worm said, if the space-time tunnel I opened is discovered by the Soul race, won't it be equally troublesome? This, Jun Changshao had considered it before. The solution he thought of was to hide in various isolation arrays after entering the Spiritas continent. There was definitely a risk of being discovered by this method, but in order to get in faster, he had no choice but to take the risk and stir up a huge commotion inside. Actually, Master, you don't have to worry. The space-time worm said, I can open a hole, and I can also repair it. You can repair it? Of course. The space-time worm said, Master, if you're worried that the Soul race will enter this tunnel that was opened 10,000 years ago, I can repair it now. I can even repair it until it's even harder than the previous spatial barrier. Jun Changshao was overjoyed. Right away, right away. During this period, he had been worried that the seal of the array formation would be broken and the Soul race would invade. If he repaired it, he would naturally be free of worries. Alright. The space-time worm dragged its huge head towards the array formation and said, Master, the array formation here is a bit of a hindrance. I have to eat it first. No. Jun Changshao hurriedly dissuaded it. Eating the array formation is equivalent to breaking the seal. It's fine. The space-time worm said, the two planes are far apart. Even if the seal is broken, it will take time for the Soul race to rush over. By then, I will have repaired the space-time tunnel. Are you sure? I'm sure. Jun Changshao was a little worried and said, let me see you repair it first. Crack, crack, crack. The space-time worm returned to the array formation area and opened its mouth to bite off a piece of the spatial barrier. Then, several of its eyes flickered. Then, a special light gathered in its mouth and spat it out like spitting saliva. Smack! The viscous energy stuck to the chewed area and gradually spread out. In just a few seconds, it solidified into a brand new spatial barrier. It did not even look like it had been damaged. In ancient times, Nuwa repaired the sky. Now, the space-time worm repaired the hole. Damn! Jun Changshao was shocked. So fast. The space-time worm said, Master, do you believe me now? All right. Jun Changshao said decisively, you can go and eat the array formation. However, you have to repair it as soon as possible. If the soul race takes the opportunity to come in, you will be roasted on the oven in the next second. The space-time worm dragged its head to the array formation again and opened its teeth. The tips of its teeth shone brightly. Crack, 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 crack. Under the powerful bite, the ancient array formation that could have lasted for a long time was bitten off piece by piece. Its functions also disappeared in an instant. The Soul Continent. Tens of thousands of soul race experts sat cross-legged under the huge pattern. Energy surged out of their bodies and gathered together. As if turning into a huge wooden stake, they ruthlessly bombarded the invisible seal. Boom! Suddenly, the seal that had prevented them from entering the falling star continent for tens of thousands of years suddenly shattered like a mirror. At that moment, the tens of thousands of soul race experts were confused. According to their method of gathering everyone's strength, it would take at least a few more months to break the seal. Why did the seal suddenly shatter? Whoosh! The leader of the soul race experts stood up and said excitedly, "The seal is broken. We can enter the tunnel to the falling star continent. Hurry! Hurry and inform the Empress." Yes. A subordinate hurriedly flew to the palace. "Let's go," the leader shouted. "Follow me into the tunnel and head to the falling star continent to meet with the 9 temple masters." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Tens of thousands of soul race experts entered the space-time tunnel one after another. However, they did not expect that although the seal was suddenly broken, the entrance to the other side of the falling star continent had been completely repaired. "It's done." Jun Changshao stood in the area where the killing was howling. His expression was a little interesting. Just a moment ago, the array formation left behind by the Array Emperor and the tunnel to the Soul Race's continent was perfectly repaired after the spacetime worm spat out a mouthful of phlegm. "Baby!" Jun Changshao turned around, his eyes twinkling. The various strongholds on the battlefield are protected by array formations. "Can you open the tunnel?" The reason why he had this idea was that the ancient array left behind by the Array Emperor was broken in just a few bites. The space-time worm said proudly, "As an insect with the highest bloodline, it can even eat the deepest space, not to mention array formations." When Jun Changshao heard this, even more stars appeared in his eyes, sparkling one after another. Chapter 1098. The formation left behind by the Formation Emperor and reinforced by Shangguan Xinyao was eaten like food in front of the space-time worm. Goshing speculated that this guy could eat any barrier that was similar to a formation, right? The answer he got was, yes. This was very satisfying. One had to know that all the major strongholds on the battlefield had invisible defensive barriers. Unless a war was declared, there was no way to break them. Now that the space-time worm could do it, didn't that mean that the strongholds could enter and leave at will? Hee. Jun Changshao laughed strangely and said, "Don't provoke me in the battlefield's plain, or I'll visit your house immediately." The system said, "The host is very much like a villain." After the space-time tunnel connecting the two planes was repaired, Jun Changshao relaxed. As long as the other party could not enter, he had the space-time worm to drill a hole again, completely changing from passive to active. "Can you open up the space-time tunnel and then block the entrance?" Jun Changshao asked. He meant to open up a hole, then repair the source and continue along the other side. This way, he could enter and the enemy would not be able to enter through the tunnel. "Yes," the space-time worm said. "However, digging and repairing the hole will consume a lot of energy, and will also cause me to fall into a period of weakness." Jun Changshao did not care. As long as he could block the entrance, the soul race would definitely not be able to enter. Rest first. In a few days, dig a hole and head to the soul race continent. Now that the space-time worm had matured and had the ability to open up the space-time tunnel, he naturally could not wait to head to the soul race continent to explore what kind of world it was. Of course, Jun Changshao only wanted to find out about the enemy, so he planned to go alone. The sect was still focused on cultivation. With enough martial kings, Wu Huang, and top forces, he would have a good time with them. With the current strength of the sect of all times, it would not be a problem to beat any top sect, but it would be a little difficult to make an enemy of the entire world, so they did not have the ability to attack the Soul Race continent. Jun Changshao returned to the sect of all times using the teleportation formation. Then, he summoned Yuan Gongzi and the others and told them that he was going to the Soul Race continent. He also told them that they had to work hard to develop the sect in his absence. Patriarch Li Qingyang solemnly said, "The Spiritas continent is definitely filled with dangers. This disciple is willing to accompany you." "I'm going too," Yi Xingchen said. He was not worried that Jun Changshao would be in danger. He mainly wanted to go to other planes to seek excitement and improve himself through a lot of actual combat. "No need." Jun Changshao shook his head and said, "My purpose this time is to gather information about the enemy. I can go alone." He had the cultivation of the sword and martial sages, as well as trump cards such as the irretrievable saber, so he naturally didn't fear the Spiritas continent. However, he didn't know how strong this world was for the time being, so he couldn't recklessly send his disciples to take risk. The system complained, "To put it bluntly, you just don't want to bring a burden with you." Yuan Gongzi had already integrated into the sect of all times, so he was in charge of many internal affairs. Li Qingyang and Xiao Ziji were also familiar with the operation of refining pills and equipment. Therefore, after everything was arranged, Jun Changshao prepared Lu Wansher's fried rice and Lan Kang's wine before heading to Aeon City. He didn't know how long it would take for him to return to the Spiritas continent. Therefore, before he left, the upper echelons and disciples of the sect all sent him off. "Patriarch," Lu Wansher said with tears in her eyes, "you must come back alive." With the disciples sending him off, Jun Changshao walked into the teleportation formation. Just as he was about to teleport, Lu Qianqian's voice rang in his ears. "This is clearly something that concerns the entire continent. Patriarch, why are you shouldering it alone?" "Because," Jun Changshao paused and said with a smile, "I want to monopolize the resources of the Soul Clan continent." It was undoubtedly easier to find the top warriors of the Falling Star continent to join forces with them to fight against the Soul Clan continent. However, Jun Changshao liked to enjoy it alone. Besides, the space-time tunnel had been sealed, so there was nothing to worry about for the time being. He had the space-time worm to control the initiative. Going to the Soul Clan continent was equivalent to finding trouble with them. The powerhouses might not be willing to follow him. After all, who knew if they would die inside? Swish! The formation flickered. Jun Changshao appeared in Aeon City, and then headed to the repaired space-time tunnel area. Whoosh whoosh! The wind howled, and the sky was filled with sand and dust. His back view gradually blended into the harsh environment, giving off the feeling of the wind is blowing, the water is cold, and the warrior will not return after leaving. F***CK. Jun Changshao roared at the camera. "I'm going there to investigate the enemy, not to throw away my life. Can you turn off the BGM? Master, when do we start?" "Now!" "Yes." The space-time worm received the order and opened its big mouth full of sharp teeth to gnaw at a space barrier. Then, it continued to eat deeper into the void. A moment later, a space-time tunnel entrance with a radius of 1 meter appeared. Jun Changshao went in without hesitation. He too. After the space-time worm dug a distance into the depths, it turned around and spat out a ball of energy to seal the entrance. Then, it turned back and continued to dig forward. The space-time tunnel that was created by eating was surrounded by colorful streams of light, giving off a feeling of being in the clouds. "Master," the space-time worm said while eating, "the tunnel I opened is protected by a special barrier and can be maintained for a long time. However, don't force your way through." Otherwise, once you leave the tunnel, you will be lost in the deeper space forever. Okay. Jun Changshao responded and looked at the dark environment outside through the colorful streams of light. However, after walking for an unknown period of time, he found a corpse in the deeper space. Master, the space-time worm said, this should be a powerhouse who accidentally entered the deeper space and died because he couldn't find a way out. Jun Changshao fell silent. The corpse did not have any obvious external injuries. The expression on its face was hideous and painful. It was probably anxious to death. The space-time worm said, it is very difficult for ordinary people to enter the deeper space. This human must have been very strong when he was alive. Perhaps he had the ability to shatter the void. However, he did not fly to the upper realm and was unlucky enough to be lost in the endless void. Shock appeared on Jun Changshao's face. With the ability to shatter the void, he would be a martial emperor in the falling star continent. To die in the endless void was simply too tragic. That's why, the space-time worm said, before you have enough confidence to ascend to the upper realm, it's best not to shatter the void so easily. Otherwise, you will only end up like this. Can you dig a hole and bring the corpse over? Jun Changshao asked. Yes. The space-time worm thought and changed its direction. Then, it quickly arrived in front of the corpse. Crack! It opened its mouth and bit down. The void cracked. The corpse instantly entered the space-time tunnel. However, because it left the endless void, its intact face and skin quickly decayed, leaving only its clothes and bones. Jun Changshao was speechless. This is still a vacuum package. It did not matter that the corpse decayed quickly. The key was that the spatial ring on the finger bone was perfectly preserved. If he was really a void-shattering powerhouse when he was alive, there must be something good inside. Go Xing hurriedly peeled it off with a smile on his face. The system, to loot the crates to such an extent, it could be said that he was crazy. Chapter 1099. Pft. In the space-time tunnel, Jun Changshao spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes filled with disbelief. Just now, he had used his spiritual senses to infiltrate the space ring he obtained. In the end, there was some kind of power inside that directly backfired on his meridians. That's not right. It was very safe to loot in the past. Why did an accident happen this time? The system explained, there's an extremely strong spiritual sense seal in the space ring. It should have been set up by the deceased when he was alive to prevent others from taking it away. Jun Changshao was speechless. The person was already dead, but he still left behind a spiritual sense seal. That was a little F** ket up. The system said, top powerhouses are very concerned about their own wealth. They definitely don't want others to take advantage of them, such as a crazy host. I don't believe that I can't break it. Go Xing's temper flared. He wanted to compete with this space ring. Therefore, after recuperating for a while, he continued to integrate his spiritual senses into it. As he had failed before, he was very careful the second time. Although he did not suffer a backlash, it was not something that could be done in a short time to break the strong spiritual sense seal. It did not matter. It would take time to reach the soul race's continent. Since he had nothing to do, he might as well use the space ring to relieve his boredom. Ka. The space-time worm continued to devour the deeper space. As there was another tunnel with its entrance blocked not far away, they could use it to determine the location of the soul race's continent. Just as the space-time worm was digging a hole, the soul race powerhouses from the neighboring space-time tunnel swarmed over. They had no idea that the entrance of the falling star continent had been patched up, nor did they know that someone was using the same method to reach their territory 10,000 years ago. What's going on? Why is the entrance gone? A few days later, a large number of soul race powerhouses reached the end of the tunnel and found that there was no way out. They stood rooted to the ground, dumbfounded. Could it have been sealed by the falling star continent? This is a complete spatial barrier. There's no aura of any array formation. Should we try attacking? No. If we attack violently, it will cause the tunnel to become unstable. We might be sucked into the endless void. As the tunnel had been patched up, the soul race powerhouses who had rushed over from afar did not know what to do. Let's go. A powerhouse said, return to the continent and report to the Empress. Ka ka ka. Ka ka ka. In another spacetime tunnel, the spacetime worm was still digging a hole. Jun Changshao was sweating profusely as he followed behind. He had been releasing his spiritual senses to confront the seal inside the space ring for several days, but he still hadn't made any substantial progress. The system said, judging from the seal inside, the owner must have been very powerful when he was alive. Even if he's dead now, it's still not something the host can break with your current cultivation level. It's better to give up. Jun Changshao, who had originally intended to give up, gritted his teeth and said, I'm going to fight you to the end. I'm going to slap you in the face with my actions. The system said, host, if you become stronger in the future, you might be able to break it open. But for now, you don't have any chance. Why was he so confident? It had already analyzed the strength of the seal in the ring. With the host's current spiritual sense, the probability of breaking it was 0. Face slapping? Under all kinds of data, it did not exist at all. Master. The spacetime worm asked, what are you doing? Break. Jun Changshao suddenly stopped and changed the topic. There is a seal similar to a barrier in this spatial ring. Can you break it? A barrier seal? The spacetime worm turned around and locked onto the spatial ring. Swoosh. A strange aura quickly seeped in, and with a bang, the spiritual sense seal broke. Then, he said casually, easy. Jun Changshao, I spent a few days and still couldn't break it, but this guy broke it in seconds. This is really a blow to his ego. The system, although I'm the system that gets slapped the most, can you give me some time to buffer? Don't slap me in the face every time. After the spacetime worm broke the spiritual sense seal in the spatial ring, it continued to burrow forward. Jun Changshao merged into it without any hindrance, then laughed wildly in joy. This was the spatial ring of a powerhouse who seemed to have the ability to break through the void. The internal storage was very large, and there were all kinds of martial arts resources. For example, there was 10 million hexagram stones. Could it be? Jun Changshao calmed down and thought to himself, this person is a powerhouse from the 9 Heavens continent? It wasn't until he found a book that looked like a diary and saw the detailed records of the deceased's cultivation that he confirmed that this person was indeed a powerhouse from the 9 Heavens continent and had the ability to break through the void. Sigh. Jun Changshao sighed and said, even a martial artist as strong as this would die in the endless void. Humans are really insignificant in the vast universe. After lamenting, he happily flipped through the various martial arts manuals stored in the spatial ring. As expected of a powerhouse who broke through the void. Not only were there all kinds of martial arts in his collection, but their levels were also very high. After a round of inventory, there were a total of more than 300 martial arts manuals. Among them, there were 40 Saint-grade martial arts, 6 divine-grade martial arts, and 1 above divine-grade martial arts. From the perspective of a martial artist from the 9 Heavens continent, the value of a few hundred martial arts manuals was definitely higher than 10 million hexagram stones. Awesome! Jun Changshao was overjoyed. On the way to the Soul Race continent, he suddenly obtained so many martial arts resources, and even a divine-grade martial art. It was no different from giving it away for free. There's no free lunch in the sky. It's because they're all hidden in the void. Jun Changshao couldn't wait to take the divine-grade martial art and read it carefully. He found out that it was a mental cultivation method called Tianjun Soul Refining Art, which was used to strengthen a martial artist's soul. The diary of the deceased recorded in detail that he was able to break through the void because of this mental cultivation method. However, although his soul met the requirements, his physical body couldn't bear it. He couldn't stabilize himself during the ascension and fell into the endless void. So pitiful. Jun Changshao mourned for him for 3 seconds. The system said, although the soul-molding pill can strengthen the host's soul, it's still a bit weak. This type of soul type and above divine-grade mental cultivation method is just right for cultivation. Jun Changshao rubbed his hands and smiled. If I can comprehend to the extreme like that 9 heavens continent powerhouse, can I break through the void too? In theory, yes. The system said, however, there are many uncertainties in breaking through the void. Whether or not you can ascend to the upper realm depends on your luck. Jun Changshao said, I don't care about ascending to the upper realm, as long as I can break through the void. Even if he was given the chance to ascend now, he would decisively reject it. Because he hasn't developed into the strongest sect yet, even if he ascends, he can only wait for the bomb to explode. Swoosh. Jun Changshao thought and took out the talisman of insight, saying, then let's cultivate this type of soul mental cultivation method. The talisman was formed and rich martial arts knowledge was poured into his mind. However, when he picked up the Tianjun soul refining art and started cultivating, he found that the incantation was still very difficult to understand. The system gloated. This type of above divine grade and soul type mental cultivation method, with the current middle grade talisman of insight, it's hard to see through its mysteries. Jun Changshao said with a depressed face, in other words, I can't cultivate it for the time being. The system said, if you refresh the high-level store, you might be able to get a high-grade or even a top-grade talisman of insight. At that time, you can easily cultivate it. If the host used contribution points to slap its face, it wouldn't mind at all. It would even take the initiative to pose and beg the host to slap it hard. F***ck. I really want to throw you into the Soul Pagoda and let Arya train you well. Chapter 1100. In the Sect of All Times. Yi Xingqian sat cross-legged in his room, recalling how he obtained the Taishen Sutra in his previous life. To sum it up in one word, difficult. However, after his rebirth and cultivation, no matter how great the price he paid, it was worth it. Yi Xingqian was able to catch up and be ahead of Li Qingyang and the others because he cultivated the Taishen Sutra more than them. This kind of martial technique that was above the divine grade was really terrifying. If Knight Emperor was given a chance to go back to the past, he would still choose to fight for it, even if he would still end up being harmed in the end. Weapons and equipment could provide a martial artist with super strong combat strength, but the benefits of a secret manual of a mental cultivation method, especially a top-level one, were permanent and irreplaceable. However, if Yi Xingqian knew that the Patriarch had effortlessly obtained a mental cultivation method above the divine grade in the endless void on his trip to the Soul Clan's continent, and that it specialized in the soul, he would definitely vomit blood. Sigh. They were both human. Why was the gap so big? Junior brother Yi. The next day, Yi Xingqian woke up early and was about to prepare for his daily cultivation when Xiao Ziji caught up from behind and said, I just received news from Hall Masterly that a strange beast appeared in the valley of the southeast Sher province. Are you interested in subduing it? Not interested. Yian Yo said lightly. He just wanted to become stronger quickly, return to the peak and have the ability to break through the void, then go to the upper realm to find that woman to take revenge. Okay. Xiao Ziji said, I'll go find second senior brother. He might be interested in that green eagle. Yi Xingqian, who was about to enter the experience tower, stopped and said, Green eagle? Yes. Xiao Ziji said, a big eagle that seems to be carved out of green jade. Let's go. Yi Xingqian gave up on the experience tower. Xiao Ziji was a little stunned. Didn't he say he was not interested? Why did you change your mind? This was because Knight Emperor had a contract beast in his previous life. It was called the Blue Sky Jade Carving. From its appearance, it was similar to the Blue Sky Jade Carving. Furthermore, it was also subdued in the southeast first state. Old chap, after flying out of the sect of all times, Yi Xingqian thought to himself, could it be you? In his previous life, he didn't have any friends. He only had the blue sky jade carving to accompany him. The relationship between master and servant was extremely deep. The southeastern first province was a bit lively recently, because in the deep mountains of the easternmost land, a bird that looked like it was carved from jade suddenly appeared. Every day, it would let out a long cry at a fixed time, and its voice would resound for thousands of miles. At first, many martial artists didn't know what was going on. It wasn't until someone rushed over and saw the green jade carving that the news immediately spread in the Jianghu. If it was an ordinary spirit beast, they might not have paid much attention to it. However, it was a spirit beast that could fly. Spirit beasts that could fly were more valuable than spirit beasts that could run on the ground. After all, after taming them, they would undoubtedly be the best way to travel. Therefore, when the news spread across the falling star continent, many families and sects gathered in the Eastern Ocean Fishery Province, as if they were eager to snatch the ultimate treasure that had appeared. If Go Shing, who was trying to save the world, knew that they were going through so much trouble for a bird, he would have cursed aloud, "Useless fools! Hiu! Hiu!" In the southeastern first province, Yi Xingqian and Xiao Ziji were flying at a high speed. Because the members of the Drizzle Hall were providing intelligence at all times, the two of them soon reached the valley in the easternmost land. Huff, 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 huff. Violent airwaves surged out, filling the spiritual energy of the martial artists. Junior brother Yi. Xiao Ziji looked at the dark valley and said, the martial artists should have gone in already. Coldness flashed in Yi Xingqian's eyes as he said, let's go in. Hiu. After that, he flew into the valley. Xiao Ziji was confused. Why did junior brother Yi seem to be in a hurry? Boom. Boom. The two of them kept getting closer and closer to the valley. They could vaguely hear the sounds of explosions. Then, they discovered that dozens of experts were fighting inside the valley. All kinds of energy exploded and destroyed the surrounding trees and flowers. Junior brother Yi, are you okay? Xiao Ziji had been observing Yi Xingqian. He noticed that the deeper they went into the valley, the uglier his expression became. The coldness and killing intent in his eyes grew stronger. Screech! At this moment, a clear cry cut through the dark environment and resounded in the sky. Yi Xingqian, who had always been cold, actually looked happy when he heard the sound. Strange, strange! Xiao Ziji was very surprised. In his contact with Yi Xingqian, other than when he was drunk and laughed, he usually maintained absolute coldness and arrogance. Poochie! Poochie! The sound of wings flapping came from the dark valley. A flying spirit beast that was blue all over and looked like a jade carving from afar rushed out. Its body was so big that it could carry a yard of more than 200 square meters on its back. Blue sky jade carving. Oh my God! The late Night Emperor's mount. It seems to be very weak. Quick, take this opportunity to subdue it. Whoosh! Whoosh! The experts who were fighting in the valley locked their eyes on the blue jade carving flying into the sky and rushed over at full speed. Night Emperor's mount? Xiao Ziji said in surprise, that's a bit powerful. Although the 10 great martial emperors of the falling star continent hadn't shown up for a long time, it didn't stop them from having super terrifying prestige in the secular world. Junior brother Yi. Seeing hundreds of experts rushing out of the valley, Xiao Ziji said solemnly, there are too many experts. Let's not get involved. Where is he? Where is he? The area where Night Emperor was marked with a dotted line. Xiao Ziji looked around and found that guy rushing towards the blue jade carving. He broke down and said, this is a bit messy. It was strange. That flying spirit beast was also flying towards junior brother Yi. According to their flying speed and route, they would soon meet face to face. The cultivators who were desperately chasing saw a streak of light flying over from the other side. It was the closest to the flying spirit beast. They shouted in unison, "Stop him!" Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. All kinds of energy exploded in the air, forming dazzling beams of light that blasted towards Yixingchen. Although they wanted to stop someone from getting close to the blue jade carving before them, gathering so much energy at the same time was still very powerful. Screech! That flying spirit beast suddenly raised its head and screeched. Then, it turned its huge body and dropped down, blocking the path of all kinds of energy. "No!" Yixingchen roared. Boom! 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 Dazzling lights bloomed in the air, enveloping the huge blue jade carving. Yixingchen's eyes were about to pop out. The Emperor's aura in his body couldn't be suppressed and quickly burst out along his meridians and skin. Swish! At this moment, a streak of light flew out from the explosion. Plop! Yixingchen reached out and caught it. It was a very small blue jade carving. Because it was severely injured, it couldn't maintain its huge body and became pocket-sized. Its eyes were half-opened, as if trying hard to see the person who caught it. Whoosh! Whoosh! Hundreds of cultivators rushed over. They would not allow anyone to get Night Emperor's mount. They had to snatch it back. Boom! 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 At this moment, bullets that shook the air flew past Yixingchen, who was floating in the air, and blasted towards the cultivators. Everyone's expression changed slightly, and they hurriedly dodged. After stabilizing his body and planning to continue charging, he found that behind the man holding the green jade carving, there was another man holding a special weapon. The purple clothes had the word "ancient" engraved on his chest, and the waist plate with the word "unyielding iron bone" engraved on it. Ga. In an instant, everyone's greed was forcefully suppressed by some force. They said in shock, "A disciple of the Sect of all times. Junior brother Yi." Xiao Ziji stood behind Yixingchen with his AWM sniper rifle and asked, "Are you okay?" Crack! Crack! The crisp sound of bones could be heard. Yixingchen, who was holding the injured blue jade carving, raised his head. His eyes were filled with murderous intent as he said, "Those who hurt it will die today." Whoosh whoosh! Whoosh whoosh! Violent spiritual energy accompanied by chilling killing intent instantly filled half of the sky. The cultivators felt their hair stand on end and their scalps explode. Chapter 1101. Yixingchen was enraged to the point that he had entered a berserk state. Why? Because the bird in his arms was the condor from his previous life. It was no wonder that he was so happy when he came to the valley. He could already feel that familiar feeling. The azure sky jade condor had also sensed the presence of Yixingchen. Thus, it flew out of the valley when the martial artists were fighting over it. One man and one beast. They had been separated for thousands of years. Now that they finally met again in the southeast region, the scene would definitely be beautiful. However, the martial artists from the various families and sects wanted to mess things up. They even attacked Yixingchen to snatch the bird. The azure sky jade condor did not want its owner to be injured. It chose to use its body to block the attacks and ended up with injuries all over its body. Night Emperor, a ruthless person who had offended almost all of the 9 great martial emperors in his previous life. How could he tolerate others bullying his contracted beast? Thus, it was reasonable for him to enter a berserk state. Junior brother Yi. Xiao Ziji opened his eyes wide. He had never seen such terrifying killing intent and anger before. It's over, it's over. Junior brother Yi is about to go berserk. Things will get out of hand. Xiao Ziji realized that something was wrong and immediately contacted the Sect of all times. At this moment, Yixingchen waved his hand and used his spiritual energy to envelop the azure sky jade condor in midair. He then took out the True Yang sword and put on the True Yang set. His cultivation erupted as he charged over with bloodshot eyes. All of you will die for this emperor today." When Jun Changshao became ruthless, he would still be able to maintain a trace of rationality. For example, when he was in Taishan Xingzong, he only wanted to tear down the main hall and not exterminate the entire sect. However, when Yi Xingchen became ruthless, he would not have any scruples. As one of the 10 great martial emperors, he completely viewed all living beings as grass. Die. Xiao xiao xiao. In an instant, Ling Jian executed the single-word speed formula, and a sky full of sword qi slashed down with monstrous killing intent. When a person was in a state of rage, their strength would increase. Therefore, when Yi Xingchen used his divine tier sword moves, they were even more powerful and cold than before. Seeing this, everyone hurriedly retreated. Even the weakest of the 100 or so martial artists was at Wu Huang's level. They shouldn't be afraid of a mere rank 6 Wu Huang, but they couldn't stop him from having another identity, a disciple of the sect of all times. Because of their greed, everyone attacked when they noticed someone approaching the jade sculpture. Who knew that it would be Yi Xingchen? They really wanted to explain and say that it was a misunderstanding. However, his opponent had already executed a sword move and charged over, not giving him a chance to speak at all. Thus, he could only choose to flee. Shua! Shua! Streaks of incomparably sharp sword qi shot out. Because the martial artists intended to flee, they dodged it easily. However, when they felt the killing intent sweeping past them, they couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spine. If they could turn back time, they would rather self-harm than attack Yi Xingchen. This was because they couldn't afford to offend the sect of all times. None of you can run away. Yi Anyo's killing intent surged as he chased from behind with the true Yang sword. Thus, the scene that appeared was a rank 6 Wu Huang chasing after more than 100 Wu Huang and even a half-sage. Whoosh! Whoosh! After running for a short while, streams of light suddenly flew over from the distant sky. The one flying at the front was emitting a powerful demonic aura. That's right, the Purple King. After receiving Xiao Ziji's voice transmission, he rushed over as fast as he could to provide support. When he saw Yi Xingchen chasing after more than 100 humans, he immediately tore off his clothes and shouted angrily, "This hall master is coming!" With this roar, his demonic aura erupted like wave. Pooh! Pooh! The hundreds of fleeing powerhouses were instantly shaken to the point of vomiting blood. Then, they fell to the ground and huddled together, trembling. Whoosh! The Purple King flew over and held his hands together as he hovered above the crowd. He said coldly, "How dare you bully the sect of all times? You must be tired of living." Whoosh! 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 Jiang Ye, the Ning brothers, Elder Gu, and the other upper echelons of the sect of all times arrived one after another. Although there weren't many of them, they stood in different positions and surrounded more than 100 people. Speaking of which, why did the sect of all times send support so quickly? This was because Zhen Dijuan had been working hard to set up the superpowered teleportation formation. Although it didn't extend to the southeast first state, it was already very close. Therefore, when Xiao Ziji sent the news, everyone immediately used man-made spirit stones to teleport to the closest area. Of course, Jun Changshao was not satisfied yet. He would continue to set up the superpowered teleportation formation until it covered all the major states. Whether it was going out or providing support, he could arrive instantly. In the future, if it was possible, he could also open it to the public to earn martial arts resources. Everyone, a family expert said in horror, "This is a misunderstanding. This is a misunderstanding." Pucci. At that moment, Xiao Zuiji rushed over. His cold sword qi cut through the man's chest, causing blood to spurt out. Xiao Zuiji said coldly, "If I say that this is a misunderstanding, would you believe me?" That martial artist endured the pain and said, "Yes, I believe you." The sect of all times's main force had arrived. At this moment, they had to admit defeat and be terrified. Yi Xingqian raised his sword and swept his gaze across the martial artists who were surrounded. He said in a cold voice, "Those who attacked just now, come out now." Everyone lowered their heads. It was obvious that they had all participated in the attack. "I have sinned," Jiang Ye said telepathically. "What's the situation?" Xiao Ziji hurriedly told them what had happened. When they learned that the martial artists had severely injured a green jade statue, Yi Xingqian instantly went berserk. Everyone expressed their confusion. "Xingqian," Elder Gus said, "it's not a big deal. In my opinion, why don't we?" At this point, he paused and said, "Let them pay up and forget about it." Jiang Yu agreed. "I think that's a good idea." No objections. The Ning brothers expressed their stance. Under Go Xing's leadership, the upper echelons of the sect of all times were all obsessed with money. As long as there was a chance or if they wanted to resolve a conflict, they liked to settle it by paying up. "Pay up." The martial artists who were trapped hurriedly said, "We'll pay up." They did not have the guts to offend a sect that dared to go against Taishan Xingzong. If they could buy peace with money, they would not feel the slightest bit of heartache. The protagonists of other dimensions were either targeted or bullied by the whole world. They would be mocked by passers-by when they went out for a stroll. The martial artists of the falling star continent were so fearful. It was mainly because Go Xing was strong and extremely protective. The martial artists of all dimensions, not to mention them, the experts of the dimensional battlefield, were all terrified. No. Yi Xingqian's eyes were filled with murderous intent. They must die. If Anyo was so easy to compromise, he would not be the Knight Emperor of the past. Everyone's hearts turned cold. However, suddenly Yi Xingqian said, "If you pay with spirit stones, ores, herbs, and other items, and the amount is considerable, you can avoid death." "Considerable?" The martial artists hurriedly said, "It must be very considerable." Yi Xingqian sheathed the true Yang sword and flew toward the clear sky jade carving. He left the rest to Elder Jiang and the others. "Anyo, you've changed. You're no longer the Knight Emperor who treated money like dirt." "Everyone," Jiang Ye said, "take it out." Everyone hurriedly took out all the spirit stones, ores, herbs, crystal cores, and other items they had. The amount was quite considerable. "Remember," Jiang Ye said calmly, "keep your eyes open in the future. Don't offend the sect of all times again." "Understood, understood," everyone said submissively and then left dejectedly. They came to capture a spirit beast but did not get anything. Because they attacked the sect of all times, they were extorted a large amount of resources. This was really. They did not check the almanac before leaving the house. Chapter 1102. Sect of All Times. Yuan Gongzi looked at the large pile of spirit stones, ores, and other items that Jiang Ye and the others had sent over. His expression was a little interesting. "The sect that I joined relied on extortion for all kinds of martial arts resources. So shameless. Hee, I like it." Medical Peak, Medical Hall. Yi Xingqian paced back and forth outside, his face filled with anxiety. Although he knew that the azure sky jade carving was only injured and its life was not in danger, he was still very worried. In this world, the only thing that could make Knight Emperor unable to stabilize his state of mind was the contract beast that had accompanied him for thousands of years. If he also had a system like Go Xing, he would definitely complain. No wonder he was ambushed by a woman. So his feelings in his previous life were all on the azure sky jade carving. Who can stand this? Creak. The door was pushed open. Sun Bukong pushed the door open and walked out saying, "Senior Brother Yi, the azure sky jade carving is fine. It will recover after a period of recuperation." Shua. Yi Xingqian hurriedly walked in. On the bed, the pocket-sized azure sky jade carving, whose entire body was covered in bandages, stared at the unfamiliar human who emitted its master's aura. The cold arrogance on Yi Xingqian's face dissipated, and he said excitedly, "Old friend, we meet again." Screech. The azure sky jade carving let out a low cry. Although the human in front of it looked very unfamiliar, the aura he emitted was incomparably friendly. He must be the master that it had been waiting for. The bed and the door. It was about a few dozen feet away. The man and beast stared at each other. They did not speak, but it was filled with warmth. Just as Yi Xingchen and the azure sky jade carving were reunited, Jun Changshao was still on the spacetime worm's flight to the Soul Race's continent. The system said, with a high-grade or even higher-level insight talisman, you can learn any martial arts in seconds. What are you hesitating for? On the way, it patiently persuaded him. Jun Changshao pretended not to hear it. As he hurried along, he paid attention to the endless void outside, hoping that he would be lucky enough to see the corpse of a powerhouse again. Unfortunately, she never saw him again. There might be very few experts who could break through the void on a plane. If all the planes were counted, the number would be a little too large. However, in the vast universe, they were just insignificant ants. Therefore, even if they failed, finding their corpses would be like finding a needle in a haystack. Master. After digging for a few more days, the spacetime worm stopped and said, "We're about to reach the deeper level of the crossing zone. The process might be a little painful." Crossing area? Jun Changshao asked, "What do you mean?" The spacetime worm explained, "The two planes are extremely far apart. Even the most powerful person would need hundreds of years to get there. That's why we always choose to enter the crossing zone when we're digging a tunnel. From there, we can teleport." Jun Changshao said in astonishment, "Is it that magical?" "Ka ka ka." The spacetime worm continued to gnaw, and soon, an area with folded space appeared on the path. "Master! This is the crossing area. Space is folded." Jun Changshao was silent for a moment before he said, "I think I understand a little." Shwa. The spacetime worm slithered into the crossing zone like a water snake. Jun Changshao followed closely behind. However, the moment he stepped in, he felt as if his entire body was being torn apart. "Master." The spacetime worm was not disturbed and said, "The crossing process is very painful. As long as you endure it, you'll reach your destination quickly." Jun Changshao did not say anything. He endured the pain as if his body was being torn apart and flew behind it. This feeling seemed to last for hundreds or thousands of years. When he was completely free, he returned to the normal spacetime tunnel again. The spacetime worm said, "Master, I've already smelled the plane's aura. I should be able to reach it in a few days." "Is it the Soul Continent?" Go Sheng was very worried that this guy would take the wrong path and bring him to the Valoran continent. Then, he would follow the three friends in the grass and shout, "Long live Demacia," in a very Chunibu manner. Old reader. With the author's character, he really did it because the protagonist of the third book had transmigrated to the game plane. "Master, please rest assured," the spacetime worm said confidently, "I'm a professional at digging holes." It had been capturing the adjacent spacetime tunnel, and would not make any mistake. Trash. A bunch of trash. In the palace of the Soul Continent, Queen Rose stood in front of the seven-colored throne and angrily scolded the kneeling Soul Race experts. She told them to break the seal connecting to the falling star continent as soon as possible. It had been half a year, and there was no progress at all. It was simply disappointing. "Your Majesty, please calm down," a subordinate said in a trembling voice. "The spacetime tunnel connecting the two planes has been opened, but the entrance to the falling star continent has been restored. We can't rush in at all." "Restored?" Queen Rose said coldly. "Let me take a look. If you're lying, wait for your soul to scatter." Whoosh! She disappeared instantly. The subordinate wiped the sweat on his forehead and prayed in his heart, "Please don't cause any trouble, or my little life will be over." Ka ka ka. Ka ka ka. The spacetime worm was still working hard to dig holes, and it was getting closer and closer to the Soul Continent. Queen Rose, who came in from the other end of the tunnel, suddenly stopped in the tunnel and listened carefully. She murmured, "There seems to be movement in the endless void." "Master." The space-time worm suddenly stopped and said warily, "There's a powerful aura around, and it seems to be able to detect my presence." Jun Changshao said, "Maybe it's passing by when breaking through the void and ascending to the upper realm. Ignore it and focus on digging holes." Yes. The space-time worm continued to work. Below the master and servant, Queen Rose was puzzled. "Strange, why is there no sound again?" Forget it, forget it." She shook her head and continued on her way. In a short time, she arrived at the entrance to the falling star continent and found that there was indeed a spatial barrier. She held her chin and said, "The tunnel opened by the previous queen with the space-time worm should exist for a long time and not heal." Queen Rose helplessly returned to the Soul continent. Although she was quite strong, she did not dare to force open the spatial barrier because if she accidentally entered the endless void, she would definitely die. "Master!" After digging for another day, the space-time worm said excitedly, "We're only a few dozen miles away from the Soul continent." "Damn it!" Jun Changshao said, "We're finally there." He had spent 10 days in the space-time tunnel. During this time, no one talked to him, and he was about to go crazy. It was not hard to imagine how lonely the corpse that had broken through the void was when it was trapped in the endless void forever. How anxious it was to die. Crack, 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 crack. The digging continued. Jun Changshao said, "When we reach the destination, try to keep a distance from the other tunnel. The entrance of the other space-time tunnel might be heavily guarded by soul experts. If they were to follow the route, they would definitely meet face to face. When that happened, it would be very awkward." Understood. The space-time worm began to change its route. At this moment, it had completely locked onto the Soul continent. It did not need to be guided by the route at all and could open a tunnel in any area of the entire plane. "Master, we're here." Crack, crack. The space-time worm gnawed the last spatial barrier connecting to the Soul continent, and the dark tunnel immediately lit up. Jun Changshao subconsciously closed his eyes, the corners of his mouth rising into a smile. "The Soul continent. I, Jun Changshao, am here." Queen Rose, who had just returned from another space-time tunnel, suddenly sensed a weak spatial energy fluctuation thousands of miles away, so she immediately rushed over. Whoosh! The space-time worm flew out of the tunnel, and its body quickly turned pocket-sized. It said weakly, "Master, I'm too tired. I need to rest for a while." Jun Changshao flew out of the tunnel and caught the little fellow with one hand. "Baby, thank you for your hard work." With that said, he looked up at the dark space and sensed the surrounding environment. He shook his head and said, "The heaven and earth attributes here are several times thinner than the falling star continent. No wonder Queen Ling Ping, who controls the entire plane, is so weak." He. Jun Changshao covered his face and laughed strangely. "The Soul continent will tremble from today onwards." Ga. Suddenly, his smile froze, because a refreshing rose fragrance wafted over. The 5 fingers covering his face spread open, and a beautiful and impeccable face appeared in Go Sheng's limited field. Holy sh*t. Jun Changshao was so shocked that he hurriedly took a few steps back. Only then did he realize that a sexy, beautiful, and elegant woman had appeared in front of him. Kid. Queen Rose crossed her arms in front of her chest and looked at Go Shing with her nostrils. She said indifferently, "What did you just say?" P.S. 5th update to make up for yesterday and the day before. Chapter 1103. P.S. The previous chapter has been modified. Before the space-time worm fainted, it spat to fill the entrance. The moment he entered the Soul continent, Jun Changshao had all kinds of plans in his mind. For example, should he cause a ruckus in the various cities, or head straight to the palace to capture Empress Ling Ping? No. That was too direct. It was too unconventional. He should first use the hidden cultivation technique to hide himself and carefully investigate the soul continent to see how strong the overall strength of this plane was. Just as he was thinking and laughing, Empress Rose had already rushed over from afar. If the soul continent was compared to a dungeon, the Empress, who had absolute authority and controlled the entire soul race, would definitely be the final boss. Jun Changshao, who had spent a lot of effort to dig a hole, encountered the boss the moment he stepped into the dungeon. This scene was a little awkward. Fortunately, Go Xing did not know that the boss of the soul race had suddenly appeared. He smiled and said, "I was just saying that the world we live in is simply a paradise." This woman was definitely of the soul race. He had to pretend to be of the soul race. Otherwise, how could he investigate the enemy if his identity was exposed? "That's not right," Empress Rose said indifferently. "You seem to be talking about trembling just now." As she spoke, she sized up the surrounding space and thought to herself in confusion, "Strange, there was clearly the aura of the spatial barrier just now. Why did it suddenly disappear?" Fortunately, the space-time worm had filled the hole before it fainted. Otherwise, the situation would be even more awkward. Jun Changshao clutched his chest and said, "Every time I look at this beautiful mountain and river, my heart trembles violently. I'm also proud to be a member of the soul race." The system said in admiration, "How ridiculous!" Empress Rose smiled. Under her wise leadership, the people still had a strong sense of belonging to their home. "Big sister." Jun Changshao cupped his hands and said, "I'm from another city. May I ask?" Rose Queen's sexy face immediately turned gloomy and she said, "What did you call me?" Did the term big sister make her sound old? Jun Changshao hurriedly changed his words and said, "Sister, I'm from another city. May I ask if there are any cities nearby?" Whoosh whoosh. Before he could finish speaking, Rose Queen suddenly waved her hand, and a vigorous energy burst out, turning into a heavy palm that pressed down. Boom! In an instant, the ground caved in with a 5-fingered palm print. "Hey hey hey!" Jun Changshao, who dodged in time, stood in the air and was speechless. "I didn't offend you, so why did you suddenly attack me?" Rose Queen was surprised and said to herself, "So, he's at the airborne realm." The airborne realm was equivalent to Wu Huang. "Brat! You don't know me?" Rose Queen asked. Jun Changshao said, "I've already said that I'm from another city and am unfamiliar with this place. How would I know you?" "AI." The Rose Queen sighed. She had been fighting in other planes ever since she took over as the Empress, so much so that no one in the airborne realm could recognize her when she returned to her own territory. "Come down." Rose Queen waved her hand and said, "I'll tell you where there are cities nearby." Jun Changshao said, "I can say it right now. I'm not deaf." This woman attacked without saying anything. She must be very irritable. It was safer for him to stay away from her. Rose Queen frowned and said in a commanding tone, "Come down. F***ck. Did this woman think of him as a servant that could be ordered around? Psycho." Jun Changshao said with a smile before flying off in a certain direction. It was not easy to sneak into the soul realm, so he naturally would not waste time with a woman who was mentally ill. Huff huff. However, he had not flown far when a powerful force erupted behind him. A large hand with a monstrous aura grabbed him. Boom! The sound of an explosion rang out, and the space trembled slightly. The large hand condensed of energy completely collapsed into nothingness. The rolling wind messed up Jun Changshao's black hair. He stood in the air and clenched his fist. With a cold gaze he said, "Woman, don't go too far." Boom! Ouch! Another big hand came from the other side, and directly sent Jun Changshao flying. He smashed into several huge rocks, and was sent crashing into the mountain 1,000 feet away in the shape of a swastika. "This woman is very strong," the system said. "Ka ka ka." Jun Changshao, who had crawled out of the crack in the stone, said in shock, "At the very least, she is comparable to a high-level Wu Sheng." Whoosh! Rose Queen appeared out of thin air and was only half a meter away from him. She smiled with interest and said, "Little guy, you are quite good at taking a beating. Your strength is probably beyond the airborne realm, isn't it?" "Oh no." Jun Changshao was shocked. Rose Queen's smooth right hand suddenly came over. Just as it was about to touch his chest, the light of time exploded, and then there was a loud bang. Boom! Jun Changshao directly smashed the mountain and retreated with his hands crossed in a defensive manner. The expression on his face was slightly ferocious. Ta! It was not until he retreated far away that he stabilized his body. He raised his head and looked at the smiling woman in the distance and said in disbelief, "Her strength is definitely not weaker than the Supreme Elder of Taishan Xingzong. Come on. I just came here, and I already met a powerhouse of this level? Or is it that the overall strength of the Spiritus continent is so strong that any random woman has the cultivation of great perfection Wu Sheng?" Suddenly, Jun Changshao found that rose petals were falling from above, carrying with them the intoxicating fragrance of roses. F***ck. Boom! 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 The falling rose petals flickered as if bombs had been detonated, immediately rolling up thick smoke. Whoosh! Jun Changshao flew out at high speed, his whole body was in a mess. To be able to withstand my attacks consecutively, this kid is not bad. Rose Queen crossed her hands and said with a smile, "Let's see where you can run to." Buzz. The space shook and a barrier was formed. Boom! Jun Changshao, who was running away, slammed into the barrier and was bounced back. Go Xing, who had always been bullying others, was bullied when he just came to the Spiritus continent, and it was a woman. This was a bit too King comfortable. Huff huff. Huff huff huff. In the sky, large hands pressed down, carrying with them increasing power, shaking the space until it began to collapse on a large scale. Boom! 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 A strong vibration came from the ground, and large hands appeared out of thin air, mixing dust and energy, as if covering the sky. Rose Queen retracted her hand and said with a smile, "You can't hide this time." Suddenly, a trace of surprise appeared between her brows. In the area of dust and energy, Jun Changshao's figure gradually appeared, wearing a battle armor and waving a red cloak behind him. He looked up coldly and said, "You're so unreasonable." Go Xing was angry. Go Xing was angry. If his identity was exposed, it was understandable that he was attacked by the powerhouses of the Spiritus continent, but this woman was obviously teasing him, and he could not tolerate it. Jun Changshao. When had he suffered such humiliation? Clang. Jun Changshao put on the True Yang mask and took out the True Yang sword, turning into an emotionless killer. He said with a cold voice, "Don't think that I won't dare to hit you just because you're a woman." Chapter 1104. Jun Changshao boasted that he was a gentleman, but if he was provoked, he would even dare to hit a woman. For example, the former palace lord of Judu Temple and Fang Lingyu were both top beauties. In the end, one was brutally abused, and the other was directly killed. Now, this woman, who exuded a high and mighty aura, repeatedly mocked him just because her cultivation was a little stronger. This was intolerable. Watch carefully. Today, I, Jun Changshao, am going to hit a woman again. One-word sword technique. Whoosh 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 whoosh. In an instant, dense sword aura was unleashed, as if it carried the power to tear space and pressed forward. Rose Queen was surprised and said, "This kid is a swordsman." In the beginning, she thought that Jun Changshao was just in the airborne realm. After a short fight, she found that the other party was very resistant to beatings and had decent strength. Now that he knew the way of the sword, it was even more incredible. The Spiritus world was very scarce. If one simply cultivated there, it would be very difficult to become stronger. Therefore, they had to invade other planes to improve their cultivation. A Spiritas warrior like Jun Changshao, who had strong physical strength and also knew the way of the sword, was very rare. Thousand flower-plucking hands. Powerful energy burst from Rose Queen's body, turning into slender white hands that grabbed at the sword aura sweeping over. Smack! 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 In an instant, the thousands of sword aura flying over were caught by thousands of jade hands. Kid! Rose Queen smiled and said, "You're a talent." This smile was very charming. Readers who saw this would definitely say in this chapter, "I'll protect the Queen's smile." Jun Changshao was not confused. Instead, he frowned. With his current understanding of Ling Jian's divine art, even Lan Jingting of Taishan Xingzong might not be able to easily deal with the one-word sword technique. The system said, "This woman's strength is stronger than Wu Xing's great perfection. The host can either use a stronger trump card or run." Jun Baobao felt bitter. It was not easy to sneak into the Spiritas world by relying on the time and space bug, but he met a terrifying powerhouse right at the beginning. This was really bad luck. Boom, boom, bang. At this moment, the sword chi that was suspended in midair was crushed by her hand. Swish, the Rose Queen appeared in front of Jun Changshao again. She waved her hand and placed it on his chin. "You are now my servant." She smiled and said, "You are now my servant. Are you crazy?" Boom! The violent energy suddenly exploded in midair. Shoo! Jun Changshao turned into a stream of light and rushed out of the rolling energy. With the combination of his wings and flight ability, he fled towards the endless sky as fast as he could. Goxing decided to make a strategic retreat after realizing how powerful this female psychopath was. He would only make further plans after he had a better understanding of the situation in the Soul Continent. As for using his trump card, please. I've only been here for a few minutes. If I use my ultimate move, how am I supposed to survive in the Jianghu in the future? At this time, whether Jun Changshao could leave or not depended on whether Rose Queen was willing or not. She had turned into a red stream of light and chased after him. Obviously, she wasn't willing. Brat! Things that I set my eyes on can't run away. Big sister. Sister. Girl. Beauty. I was wrong, okay? Don't chase me. Jun Changshao howled as he frantically tried to escape. Boom. He crashed into the spatial barrier again. Swish! Rose Queen took the opportunity to chase after him. She pointed 2 fingers in the air, and a red stream of light that looked like a rope flew out and tied Jun Changshao up in an instant. F***CK. Jun Changshao cursed, "This is too much." It would have been better if he hadn't cursed. Once he did, Rose Queen became angry. She pointed 2 red streams of light again, and tied him up like a big dumpling. The system said, "The host is being abused." If it weren't for his equipment, Goxing might not even be able to defeat Lan Jingting. Now that he was facing the stronger Rose Queen and didn't want to use his trump card, he deserved to end up like this. Swish! Rose Queen flew over and said, "I've given you a chance to escape." Jun Changshao couldn't move at all. He glared at her with the resentment of a young man and said, "If I wasn't injured, I wouldn't have been captured so easily." Rose Queen looked up and down and said, "You're injured?" Jun Changshao said indifferently, "If I'm in my best condition, I can press you to the ground with 1 finger." The system said, "You've been captured, but you can still act tough without batting an eyelid." Admirable, admirable. Ah. Rose Queen covered her mouth and laughed. "So, I'm taking advantage of you." Jun Changshao proudly said, "If you have the ability, then let me go first. I'll wait until my injuries are healed before I fight with you again. If I lose, then I'll admit defeat." "So, you'll only be willing to be my servant if I defeat you in your best condition?" Rose Queen said. "That's right." Jun Changshao said. Swish, swish, swish. The red light instantly loosened and disappeared without a trace. After being freed, Jun Changshao shook his body and said, 3 days later, at this place, you and I will fight again. He could tell that although this woman was teasing him, she didn't have any ill intentions. He would use the promise to calm her down first. As for 3 days later, sorry, the number you have dialed is not in the service area or has been turned off. Okay. Rose Queen agreed. This guy was a bit arrogant. He had to be convinced with absolute strength. Goodbye. Jun Changshao cupped his hands and said, Swish. Rose Queen stood in front of him and said with a smile, however, I'm worried that you'll break the promise. I have to follow you at all times these 3 days. Break the promise? Jun Changshao said angrily, You're humiliating my dignity. So what if I'm humiliating you? Rose Queen crossed her arms and looked at him with her nostrils again. Under her domineering aura, there was a if you keep talking, I'll beat you up aura. Jun Changshao shrugged and said, The legs are on you. If you want to follow me, then follow me. Ha ha ha. The system laughed out loud. As a very professional face-slapping system, no matter how funny it was, it wouldn't laugh unless it couldn't help it. However, speaking of which, why don't I sympathize with the host, who is so thick-skinned to the point of using his face to take a slap, and instead, I feel a little happy. F***ck off. Jun Changshao cursed in his heart and got up to leave. Rose Queen really followed him. She even kept a distance of 0.5 meter to 1 meter from him. Jun Changshao was speechless. How can I take the opportunity to slip away when she's watching me so closely? Sigh, sneaking to the Soul Continent this time is a failure. What's your name? Handsome. This name doesn't sound good. Seeing that your face is white and clean, I'll call you Xiao Bai from now on. Xiao Bai my ass. You're too casual in naming me. Also, why did you give me a name? Do you really think of me as a servant? Chapter 1105. Whoosh, whoosh. On the slightly desolate land, the wind whistled from time to time, rolling up dust and weeds, making the atmosphere of heaven and earth even more strange. Gradually, Jun Changshao and Rose Queen came out of the dust. The two agreed to fight again in 3 days. However, at this moment, Jun Changshao was thinking hard about how to get rid of the other party, and then explore the Soul Continent freely. Follow this direction and you'll see a city, Rose Queen said. Jun Changshao was silent. He felt like a prisoner being escorted by her. No, Jun Changshao thought, if I can't get rid of her, I'll find a chance to suck her into the vacuum. Then, why didn't he use it immediately? Because the other party was too strong, Go Xing wasn't sure he could handle it. For example, when facing the Sky Battlefield Ghost on the battlefield, he relied on the Purple King to wear him down in the early stage to finish the job. Hateful woman, don't let me seize the opportunity, or I'll send you to the Heaven Origin Soul Suppressing Tower for training. Thinking of being restrained just now, Go Xing decided to capture her. He must take the soul-suppressing whip from Arya and whip her himself to relieve the hatred in his heart. Xiao Bai. Rose Queen said, What are you thinking? Jun Changshao planned to continue to remain silent, but suddenly, he had a flash of inspiration and said, I'm thinking of a way. A way? A way to your heart. Rose Queen stood still, her bright eyes filled with surprise. There's a chance. In Jun Changshao's sea of consciousness, lines of vulgar words of love flashed past like a bullet screen, and then he instantly caught one and said, Do you know why I'm afraid of you? Rose Queen said, Because I'm strong. No. Jun Changshao said seriously, Because I'm afraid of my wife. Rose Queen lowered her head. Jun Changshao was immediately delighted. Just as he was about to continue saying vulgar words of love, he saw the woman suddenly clench her fists and said angrily, A servant dares to tease me. Boom, the ground cracked and dust flew. After it dissipated, Jun Changshao was lying in the deep pit with his 4 feet facing down. There was a gourd-shaped bump on the back of his head. Several hundred li away, a city made of black ores appeared. Jun Changshao walked in with a big bag on his head. He found that most of the soul race people were in human form. They were no different from the humans of the falling star continent. According to Souls 1 and 2, the Spirida's true form was also in human form. Only when invading other planes would they use their souls to occupy other people's bodies. Aren't they too weak? After casually observing the city for a while, Jun Changshao found that the strongest Soul Clan warrior he encountered was only comparable to a martial disciple. Even the small cities in Yangzhou in the southwest of the Starfall continent had at least martial masters. AI. Queen Rose sighed. Surviving in such a harsh environment, it's not easy for our soul race to produce a talent like you. Ever since she ascended the throne, she had been fighting in other planes and paid little attention to the mainland. This time, when she came to a remote city and saw that the overall strength of the people was low, she immediately felt a strong sense of self-blame. He Wudi's hidden cultivation technique is indeed powerful. This woman with a powerful cultivation base didn't find out that I'm actually a human. Jun Changshao secretly rejoiced. In fact, in the Spirida's continent, as long as one didn't claim to be a human, even if one didn't use the hidden cultivation technique, one wouldn't be discovered. This was because this world became stronger by invading other planes. Not only did it have human characteristics, but it also had human aura. To put it bluntly, it was because after a long period of conquest and obtaining human strength, the genes and bloodline of the Spiridas were constantly changing. For example, if Queen Rose, who had an extremely strong aura, went to the human plane with her true form, there would be no doubt that she was an alien. I want to go to the outhouse. Go! Oh my God! You have to follow me to the outhouse. I'm afraid you'll run away. Jun Changshao and Queen Rose appeared in a remote city, immediately attracting a large number of residents to watch. After all, one was handsome and extraordinary, and the other was beautiful. Of course, they would never have thought that it was their empress, because ever since she ascended the throne, she had been elusive. Queen Rose definitely wouldn't say loudly, "I'm your empress, hurry up and kneel to me." Instead, she walked on the streets incognito. However, every time she saw her people with extremely low realms, her heart ached. She thought to herself, "I've conquered countless planes over the years. Although I've obtained countless martial arts resources, it's just a drop in the bucket to improve the overall strength of my people." Ever since she became the fourth empress, she had a grand plan in her heart to make the continent stronger in the shortest time possible. For this reason, she stayed in other planes and didn't hesitate to take the lead and charge. It was because of her strength and actual combat strength that Jun Changshao, who had a cheat, was defeated. "Don't you need to find an inn to stay and recuperate?" Queen Rose asked after walking a few rounds in the city. "That's what I was thinking." The two of them came to an inn. "Innkeeper, we want 2 rooms. One is enough." Jun Changshao looked at Queen Rose in surprise and thought to himself, "Are the women of the soul race so unrestrained? They don't care about the propriety between men and women at all? Or is she trying to take advantage of me?" "Kid," Queen Rose said indifferently, "I'm afraid you'll run away." But with a wave of her hand, 2 crystal-clear spirit stones landed on the counter and said, "One of the best rooms." Okay. The innkeeper hurriedly nodded and bowed to arrange. Jun Changshao's spiritual sense spread out and came into contact with the spirit stones. He was secretly shocked. 5 times stronger than natural spirit stones. It was just a room, but she was so generous. Could it be that she was a rich woman? If it weren't for his dignity as a man, he might have leaned over and asked in a low voice, "Big sister, do you still need a pendant on your leg? The very handsome kind." Creak, creak. The door opened and closed. Seeing that there was only one bed in the luxurious room, Jun Changshao said helplessly, "I'm really not used to sleeping on the same bed as others." Queen Rose waved her hand and summoned 2 chairs. She said, "I'm not used to it either, so you can sleep here." Jun Changshao said, "I'd better book another room." "Come back," Queen Rose said coldly. That unquestionable commanding tone was quite strong, which made Go Xing very unhappy. He wanted nothing more than to take out the unstoppable blade and fight her to the end. Forget it, forget it. Jun Changshao thought to himself, let's wait until the space-time worm wakes up. The reason he didn't dare to use the unstoppable blade was that he was in the Soul Race's continent, and the entrance to the Falling Star continent was blocked. Unless he destroyed the entire world, he would fall into a period of weakness for a few months after using the blade. He would definitely go to hell to sing. Late at night. It was as dark as ink. Jun Changshao sat in the corner of the room. He seemed to be meditating and resting, but in fact, he had been paying attention to Queen Rose, who was sleeping on the bed. He was planning to take advantage of this opportunity to deal with her with the vacuum cleaner. Whoosh whoosh. Suddenly, the bedding on the bed flickered with a faint light. What's going on? Jun Changshao was stunned. Queen Rose, who was sleeping, had a slightly ferocious expression, and strange lines appeared on her neck. This woman seems to be in a lot of pain? Opportunity. A godsend opportunity. Swish. Jun Changshao rushed over, carrying the magically modified vacuum cleaner on his back. Then, he walked to the bed, lifted the bedding, raised the flat suction mouth, and pressed it against Queen Rose's back. Under the enhancement mode, a strong suction force burst out. Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The strange lines on Queen Rose's neck were sucked in uncontrollably. A faint smile appeared on Jun Changshao's face. Your soul has fallen into my hand. Wait for me to go to the Heaven Origin Soul Suppressing Tower to receive a good training. Swish. At this moment, Queen Rose, who was in pain, suddenly relaxed. She turned around and sent the flat suction mouth flying with her right hand. She pressed Jun Changshao's shoulder and pressed him against the wall. She said with a cold gaze, "What are you doing?" Chapter 1106. Jun Changshao, who was pinned against the wall, was dumbfounded. He had clearly sucked her soul into the vacuum cleaner, so why did she suddenly retaliate? Moreover, in the enhanced mode, a wave of his hand sent the flat vacuum cleaner flying. No, no. Jun Changshao calmed down and immediately merged into the vacuum cleaner. When he discovered the strange attribute that was bound, he broke down. Damn it, this is not a soul. No matter if it was number 1, number 2, or number 3, the souls that were sucked in were grassland green, and definitely not this black attribute that resembled poison. Wait a minute. Poison attribute? Jun Changshao instantly realized that the woman's painful state just now might be due to the poison outbreak. He thought that the opportunity had come, so he used the magically modified vacuum cleaner to help her suck away the poison in her body and help her resolve the crisis? Based on the current situation, that seems to be the case. The system said. If not for the fact that he was pinned against the wall and unable to move, Go Xing might have squatted in the corner and slapped his own face. Jun Changshao, Jun Changshao. Not only did he not manage to deal with her, he even helped her detoxify the poison in her body. Was he stupid? Was he stupid? Jun Changshao was after all the patriarch of the sect of all times. Even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him, his expression would not change. Are you poisoned? Did the poison just happen to act up? Rose Queen said coldly, Did you see it just now? Nonsense. Jun Changshao said indifferently, We were in the same room. Wouldn't I be blind if I didn't see it? It had to be said that in front of such a domineering woman, Go Xing's performance was very manly. Rose Queen said, and then, the poison in your body is very strong, and it will bring you great pain. I couldn't stand it, so I helped you detoxify the poison. Jun Changshao said calmly. Strictly speaking, he had indeed detoxified the poison, although that was not the purpose at the beginning. Rose Queen looked at him with a suspicious gaze. If I'm not wrong, the poison in your body will torture you for a long time. Now that you can bind me as if nothing has happened, do you still need to question it? Jun Changshao said. Rose Queen let go of his hand and sat on the bed. She pointed at the vacuum cleaner on his back and said, "You use this thing to detoxify me?" Normally, the poison would last for at least a few hours every time it flared up, but it would suddenly disappear from his body. He was the only one in the room, so it was easy to understand. "Not bad," Jun Changshao said. "This is the 10,000 poison purifier. It's specifically used to restrain poison." The system was truly impressed. Bragging simply came out of his mouth. "Of course," Jun Changshao continued, "this supreme treasure of mine is a little overbearing. When it purifies the poison, it will bring harm to the poisoned person, so Rose Queen finished his sentence for him. After I recovered from the state of pain, I thought you were going to harm me, so I pressed you against the wall without any explanation." AI. Letting out a long sigh, Jun Changshao replied, "If I knew that I would be misunderstood for helping someone resolve danger, I would have pretended that I didn't see anything." In his heart, he was thinking that not only was this woman strong, but her IQ was also quite high. How was he going to deal with her in the future? "What is it?" Rose Queen teased. "Do you still feel wronged?" Jun Changshao sat on the chair and said, "After being pressed by you, my injuries have worsened. The battle in 3 days will be postponed to 5 days later." He didn't really want to fight with the other party to determine the outcome, but he had to think of a way to stall for time and then find an opportunity to escape. Rose Queen walked over and stepped on the corner of the chair with one foot. She smiled and said, "Not to mention 5 days, I will wait for you for 50 days, even 50 years. Do you know why?" Jun Changshao was stunned. Was she going to say some cheesy words of love? "Why?" "Because," Rose Queen said, "you are my servant." Jun Changshao wanted to cry but had no tears. "Big sister, we have no grievances in the past and no enmity today. Why can't you let me go?" "Let me go," Rose Queen said. "As long as you defeat me, you will immediately regain your freedom." "Okay," Jun Changshao said with a serious gaze. "In 5 days, we will decide the victor." The system joked, "You're not investigating the Soul Continent?" "Investigate my ass." Jun Changshao roared hysterically in his heart. "I must defeat her. I've had enough. At that time, even if I have to use my strongest trump card, it doesn't matter." Rose Queen smiled and said, "I hope that after your injuries recover, you won't disappoint me." "Woman, I won't disappoint you. Even if Irretrievable Blade can't deal with you, I still have contribution points, I still have a high-grade store. Even if I have to use up all my wealth, I will defeat you to redeem the dignity of a man." "I like that," the system said happily. Although Jun Changshao was angry in his heart, he still said calmly, "If I lose, I will become your servant." "What if you lose? You have to pay something, right?" "I won't lose." "What if you lose?" "There is no what if." Jun Changshao felt that he was confident enough, but he didn't expect a woman to be even more confident than him. Indeed, there was always a mountain higher than the mountain, and there was always someone stronger. "How about this?" Rose Queen added, "If you lose, you will be my servant. If I lose, I will be your master." "What's the F***king difference?" Jun Changshao roared. "Shwa." Rose Queen grabbed his collar and said, "Brat, do you know that the number of people who want to be my servant can fill up a city? You should feel lucky that I took the initiative to accept you as my servant." Because the two were very close, a rich rose fragrance drifted over. "Don't talk nonsense." Jun Changshao was completely unmoved by the fragrance and said, "If I lose, I will be your servant. If you lose, you will be my maid." Rose Queen let go of his hand and covered her mouth as she laughed. "This brat is really bold. He actually dares to have the idea of making me his maid." "You don't dare to bet?" Jun Changshao said. Rose Queen leaned over and whispered in his ear, "Xiao Bai, I will give you 5 days to learn how to be a good servant." Jun Changshao almost vomited blood. Ever since he transmigrated, He had never been bullied so unscrupulously. Do you dare to bet? Fine. Rose Queen retracted her body and said, if you lose, you will be my servant. If I lose, I will be your maid. A gentleman's word. A man of his word. Fine. At this point, the bet between the two was officially established. System. Jun Changshao asked, how many contribution points are you still holding back? 100,000. The system said. Jun Changshao sneered in his heart. For this maid, I will take her even if I have to go bankrupt. Of course, it is a waste of her talent to be a maid. I can bring her back to Falling Star Continent and make her a hall master. Goshing took a fancy to Rose Queen. Of course, it was not her appearance or figure, but her strength. If he could subdue her, the Sect of all times would have a powerful fighter. Here. Rose Queen threw a space ring and said, help me cure the poison, this is your reward. Jun Changshao did not catch it and let it fall to his feet. Damn it. Using reward to describe it, does she think of herself as a high and mighty queen, or does she really think of me as a servant? Rose Queen said, there are 10,000 spirit stones that I paid for at the counter just now. Swoosh. Jun Changshao quickly picked up the space ring and said with an angry expression, thank you. P.S. 4th update, adding one more chapter, looking for recommendation tickets on Monday, monthly ticket. Chapter 1107. Jun Changshao lacked nothing but martial arts resources, so when he found out that there were 10,000 spirit stones in the ring, he picked it up angrily. Why was he angry? Because this was the dignity a man should have. Bah! The system said, shameless. Rose Queen said, take out the 10,000 poison purifier on your back. Being able to purify the poison in her body made her very interested. Jun Changshao shook his head and said, this treasure of mine can only be used once, and it takes a long time to use it again. It has no effect now. Then forget it. Rose Queen gave up on the idea of studying it. In her opinion, this guy was her servant, so the 10,000 poison purifier was equivalent to her own thing. Sleep. Jun Changshao sat cross-legged on the chair, thinking about the battle in a few days. Should he directly use hard to retract blade, or use 9 heavens and 10 earths sky tyrant spear first? This spear was a divine artifact refined by Emperor Jinwei, and he gave it a Chunibu name. She's interested in the vacuum cleaner. If I take out the spear and see that it's above divine grade, won't she fight for it? If it's snatched in the battle, it'll be very troublesome. Forget it, I'll just use hard to retract blade. As a first wish weapon, it had long been bound to Jun Changshao, so there was no need to worry about it being snatched away. The system said rather pessimistically, that was a perfect opportunity just now, but the host didn't manage to subdue her with the vacuum cleaner. This woman is very strong, so hard to retract blade might not be able to deal with her. Jun Changshao was silent. Indeed, in that painful and weak state just now, she could have sucked in the poison along with her soul. However, she quickly turned around and waved her hand to hit the flat suction mouth. What did this mean? It meant that the suction force in enhanced mode was completely useless against her. Hard to retract blade was Jun Changshao's strongest trump card. If this couldn't deal with the enemy, then it would be very tragic. The system said, so the host should stall for time. If it really doesn't work, wait for the space-time worm to wake up and leave the soul continent. When your cultivation level increases, you can come back and attack. You're not instigating me to spend contribution points? Jun Changshao was a little surprised. The system said, all expenditure of contribution points must be established reasonably. Since you know that spending them is useless, I naturally won't recommend it. Jun Changshao said bitterly, to be able to make you feel guilty, it also shows that this woman is very strong. Very strong. The system said, according to my calculations, even if the host uses hard to retract blade, the chances of winning will not exceed 30%. Jun Changshao rubbed his temples. When he arrived at the Spiritus continent, He thought that he would be able to turn the world upside down. But in the end, the first Spiritas expert he encountered was so troublesome. How could it not be troublesome? At the start of the game, they encountered the biggest boss in the dungeon. Forget it, forget it. After careful consideration, Jun Changshao inwardly said, I better think of a way to get rid of this woman. Since there was no absolute chance of winning, and the unsealing of Unstoppable Blade would cause him to fall into a long period of weakness, he intended to continue with the tactical retreat strategy. Revenge was a dish best served cold. Wait until I break through to the peak of Wuxing, then I'll come back to settle the score with her. Ding. Side quest activated. Jun Changxiao's eyelids twitched when he heard the notification. He thought to himself, I have an ominous premonition. He opened the mission panel. The content presented on it was, Please defeat Rose of Flowers, who wants to take him as a servant, within a month and redeem the dignity of a man. Time remaining, 29 days, a super elite quest, as expected. Jun Changshao broke down and said, The quest is related to her. He had completed many side quests over the years. He could roughly guess when they would appear at the critical juncture. I'm planning to retreat tactically. The system gave me a quest. Isn't it obvious that it wants me to fight her to the end? To Jun Changxiao's relief, the quest time limit was 1 month, not 5 days as agreed in the previous bet. Super Elite Quest. Looking at the last note of the quest, Jun Changxiao was a little surprised. He had done so many elite quests, but he had never seen one with a super prefix. The system explained, obviously, this elite quest is as difficult as before, so the word super is added. The reward after completing it is also generous? Yes. Jun Changxiao made up his mind and said, For the dignity of a man, I must defeat her. Schwa. He opened the high-level store. He couldn't beat that woman because the cheat wasn't strong enough. Therefore, whether it was for the dignity of a man or to complete the side quest, he had to exchange for a higher-level cheat. It would be best if it was the kind that was invincible. Ding. Sect contribution points. 288,007,0000. Jun Changxiao fiercely scrolled down and spent 10,000 contribution points. The items in the high-level store were instantly replaced. Damn. After seeing the first item, Go Xing jumped up on the spot. He squatted from sitting cross-legged, and his eyes were filled with excitement. The first item in the high-level store was Secret Realm of Time and Space. This item was similar to the Secret Realm of Time and Space that he had previously obtained. Its level was intermediate and had a higher and longer time acceleration effect. When he was feeding the space-time worm, he was complaining that it would be good if there was a higher time acceleration. He didn't expect that it would appear in the high-level store. It was really a case of wearing out iron shoes in a fruitless search, and finding it without any effort. The system said, I've long advised the host to get the high-level ones. Jun Changxiao rolled his eyes and said, If I go with the mentality of getting the secret realm of time and space, I'll definitely fall into a quagmire and not be able to get out. Getting the store was like drawing a lottery. It all depended on luck. If he insisted on getting what he wanted, he might become a poor man. Jun Changxiao wasn't in a hurry to buy the intermediate secret realm of time and space. He continued to browse the other items, praying that there would be a talisman like the Universal Talisman that could instantly increase his combat power. The Universal Talisman could only be purchased twice, and Go Xing had used it all. Otherwise, with the help of Hard to Stop and the talisman that could increase his cultivation, he might be able to fight against Rose Queen. There were quite a lot of good items in the high-level store. All kinds of holy and divine-grade martial arts techniques, weapons, and elixir formulas could be seen everywhere. However, because it didn't directly increase his combat power, Jun Changxiao only glanced at it and didn't consider buying it for the time being. Suddenly, his eyes locked on an item called One More Bottle. From the pattern, it looked like a drink bottle cap. I should be thanking you for your purchase. Although he was complaining, Jun Changshao was attracted by this strange item, so he clicked on the detailed introduction. Item, 1 more bottle. Introduction. Kong Shui Fu brand 1 more bottle reward cap effect. After using it, you can ignore the purchase restrictions of any item and obtain the right to purchase it once. Advantage. It's suitable for all kinds of weapons, elixirs, talismans, and other items that can't be purchased again due to purchase restrictions. Drawback. Any restricted goods purchased will cause the user to experience a whole body weakness debuff for 1 year. If the goods themselves have side effects, the debuff will be doubled. Price. 10,000 contribution points. Note: this item won't appear in the purchased items column. If you still need it, you can continue to refresh it in the high-level store. Chapter 1108. After reading the introduction of the second bottle, Jun Changshao understood that it was to give him the right to buy a restricted item. The system suggested, the host can use it to buy the talisman of heaven and earth. That's what I was thinking. Although there were many good items newly refreshed, none of them could instantly increase one's combat power. Using it to buy the talisman of heaven and earth was undoubtedly the most suitable option. The system said, with the host's current level, with the help of the talisman of heaven and earth, you may be able to reach the peak of Wusheng or even higher. Jun Changshao's eyes lit up. In terms of equipment, he was definitely not weaker than that woman, but his level was far from hers. If he could make up for it, he should be able to defeat her. But the second bottle only gave him the right to buy, and he still had to buy the talisman of heaven and earth, which would cost him 20,000 contribution points. Moreover, Jun Changshao frowned and said, the talisman of heaven and earth will weaken me for a year after use, and the side effects will double if I have another bottle. Won't I be weak for 2 years? The system said, isn't there a middle-grade space-time arcane realm? Maybe the side effects will be offset after a few days. That makes sense. Jun Changshao's eyes lit up again. The system said, if the host completes this kind of super elite mission, the reward will definitely be higher. Okay. Under the strong promotion, Jun Changshao immediately made a decision. He then looked at the abominable woman called Rose of Flowers lying on the bed and said coldly, give me 50,000 contribution points first. Ding. Sect contribution points. 788-007-0000. Ding. The host has spent 10,000 contribution points and obtained another bottle X1. It has been transferred to the space ring. Ding. The host has spent 10,000 contribution points and obtained Spacetime Arcane Realm X1. It has been transferred to the space ring. Ding. The host has used another bottle and selected the Talisman of Heaven and Earth, obtaining the right to buy it once. Ding. The host has spent 10,000 contribution points and obtained Talisman of Heaven and Earth X1. It has been transferred to the space ring. Ding. Sect contribution points. 488-007-0000. Jun Changshao, who was squatting on the chair, gradually revealed a sinister smile when the Talisman of Heaven and Earth appeared in the space ring. The shadow behind him turned into a big bad wolf. 1 month was too long, he had to seize every minute. The improved hard-to-retract saber could bring the user a powerful combat strength, but as the realm increased and the opponent became stronger, it was still unknown how long it could last. Therefore, Jun Changshao did not dare to rely on this item alone to fight Rose Queen. Once it was ineffective, even if he could fight her to a standstill, he would be at her mercy after the effect wore off. Now that he had the universal talisman, he was confident. After all, this kind of magical talisman could raise one's cultivation by at least 1 major realm after using it. When the Grand Elder of the Extreme Cold Palace came to make trouble, Jun Changshao used it for the first time. He broke through from the 9th grade king of sword and martial arts to Wusheng in one fell swoop, directly crushing the former. In the finals of the Dragon and Tiger battle for hegemony, facing the upper realm's palm seal, he did not rely on his face to withstand it, but mainly on the universal talisman. Hard to retract saber could provide Jun Changshao with a powerful combat strength, turning any difficulty into a lawnmower game. The universal talisman could provide him with a higher level of cultivation in an instant. Both of them were trump cards. Unfortunately, the universal talisman was too buggy and could only be purchased twice. He thought that he would never use such a game-breaking item in his life, but in the end it was realized by another bottle. Damn woman! Jun Changshao looked at the sleeping Rose Queen and gritted his teeth. I'll let you know what true strength is. 5 days later. In the area where yellow sand danced in the air, there was a murderous aura. This was the place where Jun Changshao and Rose Queen met for the first time. The two of them were hundreds of feet apart at this moment, their eyes flashing with coldness. Woman! Goxing proudly cupped his hands and said, If you kneel and beg for mercy now, you can still avoid death. Is that so? Rose Queen laughed, her beautiful eyes filled with disdain. Jun Changshao didn't waste any more words with this woman. He directly crushed the universal talisman and broke through from sword and martial sages to Einherjar great perfection. No. He was a martial emperor. This power, Jun Changshao clenched his fists and felt a power that was powerful enough to destroy heaven and earth. His eyes flashed with excitement. He looked up and shouted, This is so King awesome. The system said, The host doesn't even need to use hard to retract saber. Swoosh. Jun Changshao raised his hand and pointed at the Rose Queen. He hooked his finger and taunted, Woman, bring it on. Whoosh, Rose Queen rushed over. Although her speed was extremely fast, when she was about to get close, she felt a terrifying force pressing down on her. Oh no! Boom! Incomparably powerful energy instantly erupted in the battle area. The ground within dozens of miles collapsed by more than 100 feet. The rocks and plants further away couldn't withstand the wanton impact and instantly evaporated into nothingness. Jun Changshao withdrew his fist and spread his spiritual thoughts around. He couldn't help but exclaim, A martial Grand Emperor is so terrifying! 1,000 hands plucking flowers. At this moment, in the sunken and dust-covered area below, slender arms appeared one after another. Then, they merged together and turned into an even larger arm that swung over fiercely. Whoosh whoosh. The wind blew Jun Changshao's black hair away, but he stood still until the huge palm pressed down on him. He gently raised his index finger and forced it to stop. How is this possible? Rose Queen's beautiful eyes flashed with disbelief. Jun Changshao casually used his finger to block the palm formed by the 1,000 hand. Like a high and mighty king, he said, How can the light of a firefly compete with the brilliance of the moon? Boom! The Emperor's aura erupted wildly, tearing the sky and shattering the earth. Puff! Rose Queen was so shocked that she spat out a mouthful of blood. Her eyes were full of shock. Whoosh whoosh! At this moment, in the clouds high up in the sky, a huge finger came down with a sky full of divine light. The terrifying pressure caused a large area of space to collapse. Rose Queen's face was full of despair. This kind of powerful force made her completely lose the courage to fight against it. Boom! Finally, the huge finger that seemed to come from outer space came into contact with the ground. In an instant, the power rolled up like thousands of waves and rushed in all directions. The mountains and rivers could not bear the burden and collapsed one after another, as if the end of the world had come. Puff! Rose Queen, who was pressed under the finger, spurted blood. From her pale face, it was obvious that she had been severely injured. Impossible! Impossible! Thud! Jun Changshao landed and stepped on her head with one foot. He crossed his arms and laughed wantonly. Ha ha! Ha 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 ha! What are you laughing at? Suddenly, a voice came to his ear, instantly pulling Goxing back to reality. Rose Queen stood in front of him. Seeing him grinning foolishly and drooling, she said angrily, "I can't stand such a shameless smile." Boom! That night the Fulian collapsed. Chapter 1109. The next day, Jun Changshao left the city with a big bump on his head. Queen Rose still followed him closely. "I'm injured again. Let's fight again in 10 days. He tried his best to stall for time so that he could have more time to nurture the spacetime worm in the space ring. As for the spacetime secret realm, it would only be effective if he took it out, so there was no chance now. Okay. Queen Rose had no objections. Anyway, she had left the invasion of the falling star continent to her subordinate. She had time to play with this kid for the time being. Of course, she was very curious if he would give her a surprise after he recovered from his injuries. After leaving this small city, Jun Changshao went to the other nearby cities. After some observation, he learned that the overall strength of the soul race was not high in the harsh geographical environment. Sigh. I'm so unlucky. As soon as he arrived at the Soul continent, he encountered a powerhouse who was stronger than Wu Xing. In order to defeat her, he had spent so many contribution points in one night. I'm talking about Miss Rose. Jun Changshao said, "Is there a bigger city nearby?" He could not accurately measure the overall strength of a plane just by looking at a small city. He needed to go to a bigger place. Queen Rose said, "I don't think I told you my name. How did you know?" Well, Jun Chang smiled and said, "You have the smell of roses on you, so I called you Rose." To be honest, in certain aspects, his brain worked really fast. I see. Queen Rose did not mind. She pointed to the east and said, 2,000 miles in this direction, there's a large city that can accommodate 5 million people. Is that so? Jun Changxiao's interest was immediately piqued, and he immediately rushed over. The woman was right. When he arrived at the large city, he looked at the towering city walls and the scene of people coming and going at the city gate. He could not help but think to himself, there should be many powerhouses here. However, Queen Rose had unknowingly put on a white veil to cover her beautiful face. Jun Changxiao didn't pry any further. He walked into the city and stood on the main street with an endless stream of people. He looked at the Soul Tribe experts who were either martial masters or wuzong. He exclaimed, "There are quite a few experts here." In terms of scale, the city could not be compared to Jinyang City in Jinyang County. However, one could see spiritlings that were comparable to martial masters and wuzong. They were indeed quite impressive. Rose Queen, whose face was covered by a white veil, smiled. This city was one of the key military fortresses that she had focused on nurturing after she became the Empress. Although the population was large at first, the overall strength was very low. After many years of development, there was finally a significant improvement. Jun Changxiao began to wander around the city. Although he seemed to be casually wandering about, he was actually frantically trying to gather information on the enemy. He even memorized the habits of the Spiritas. Only by knowing yourself and your enemy can you be victorious in every battle. Have you seen enough? I've seen enough. Hurry up and heal your wounds. The two of them chose another inn and asked for another room. The next day, the sky had just brightened when the sound of quarreling came from the street outside. Jun Changxiao, who was in meditation, came back to his senses and thought to himself, making a ruckus on the street early in the morning. They have no manners at all. Rose Queen had already woken up. She stood in front of the window with her hair disheveled. She held the side of her face with her jade-like hands and stared outside with her starry eyes as if she was watching a show. Jun Changxiao walked over. On the street, dozens of fully armed soldiers surrounded two girls who were about 15 or 16 years old. Rose Queen glanced sideways and said, "What's in your mouth?" "A toothbrush." Jun Changxiao looked outside while brushing his teeth and said, "This group of soldiers should be the city guards. Why are they surrounding two weak girls early in the morning?" Rose Queen said, "They're thieves." Gulp, gulp. Jun Changxiao raised his head and rinsed his mouth. Then, he spat water into the cup and said, How can they be thieves without cultivation? Bullsh *t. Rose Queen put her hands on the window and said, "The passers-by outside who were watching the show were discussing in private just now. These two girls were targeted by the city lord's son, so they were given a groundless accusation." I see. Jun Changshao shook his head and said, "There's no shortage of mischievous playboys anywhere." While they were talking, a good-looking young man on the street walked over surrounded by servants and said with a smile, "Those who are targeted by this young master can't escape to the ends of the earth." The two girls curled up together and trembled violently in fear. "Men," a general ordered, "capture these two female thieves and bring them back to the city lord's mansion for interrogation. See if they have any accomplices." Yes. Several soldiers strode forward. However, just as they were about to grab the two trembling girls, the fragrance of roses suddenly came. A graceful and elegant woman floated down from the sky. Jun Changshao was speechless. Does this woman want to meddle in other people's business? The playboy's eyes widened when he saw a beautiful woman suddenly descending from the sky. Oh my God! Was this a fairy from the 9 heavens? "General," the playboy pointed at Rose Queen and said quickly, "These must be the accomplices of the two female thieves. Capture her quickly and bring her back to my room. Bring her back to the city lord's mansion for interrogation." Plop. At this moment, General bent his knees and knelt down. The playboy was stunned. The soldiers were also scratching their heads in confusion. Jun Changshao shook his head and said, "It's just a small fry. Is there a need to use a butcher's knife to kill a chicken and use pressure to control it?" Wait, there was no aura of pressure on the street. Strange. Jun Changshao was puzzled. Since there's no pressure, why did the general kneel down? Could it be that he was conquered by this woman's beauty? But useless. There was nothing to say about Rose Queen's appearance. Not only did the playboy fall head over heels for her, but the surrounding soul race cultivators were also shocked. However, after General knelt down, his eyes were filled with shock. He put his forehead on the ground and said with a trembling voice, "Minister, he greets Her Majesty." He said this sentence with difficulty. Especially when he heard the last 4 words, the air froze and the entire street became silent. Her Majesty? Plop, plop. After a short pause, the soldiers standing in front of Rose Queen and dozens of soldiers standing behind General, he all knelt on the ground and shouted in horror, "Greetings, Her Majesty." The sudden kneeling of the nearby soldiers directly highlighted the playboy. At this moment, his eyes were dull, and then he fell to the ground uncontrollably. Plop, plop. In an instant, the cultivators and even the ordinary residents on the street knelt down in fear and trepidation. Rose Queen raised her hand and energy whistled out, binding General She said, "What crime did these two girls commit?" She was still her. But the majesty of an emperor who had been in power for a long time completely broke out at this moment. Her aura was so strong that it was simply outrageous. Emperor Jinwei also had the aura of an emperor, but he was so weak in front of the 4th-generation empress who had been in power for thousands of years and led tens of thousands of soul race. The camera turned to the window of the inn. At this moment, the expression on Jun Changshao's face was also frozen. He came to his senses a little, sat on the chair next to him, lit a cigar and took a puff. He said bitterly, "It turns out that she is the boss of this plane, Ling Ping Empress. Number 1 and number 2 souls. You two bastards dare to lie to me." Chapter 11:10. When Queen Rose appeared in front of the public without a white veil, her identity was naturally exposed. Jun Changshao was stunned. It turned out that this woman was the queen of the Soul Clan. Something was wrong. Number 1 and number 2 souls once said that Queen Lingping's aptitude was limited. She lived in the Baron Soul Clan all year round. Unless she took elixirs, it was impossible for her to have a high cultivation. Damn it! They must be tricking him. The system said, The two soul clans have invaded the falling star continent for 10,000 years. It's normal for the information to be wrong. Jun Changshao naturally understood this, but when he thought of being bullied by that woman after entering the plane, he couldn't suppress his anger and said, "I don't care. It's their fault. I want Arya to torture them more crazily." For the host's childish behavior, the system could only choose to be silent. On the street, General He, who was bound by Queen Rose's terrifying power, said with a pale face, No crime. As the commander of the city guards, it was easy to give a groundless charge. But facing the Queen at this moment, he had no courage to lie. Of course, it was useless to say it because Queen Rose said lightly, "They are not guilty." "Are you guilty or," she raised her hand and said coldly, "death penalty?" Boom. General He exploded on the spot. Because of the energy restraint, his flesh and blood didn't splash out. All the major cities in the Spiritas continent had their own city guard. This was something that Empress Rose had implemented after she succeeded the throne. The purpose was to maintain order and protect the city and its citizens. But now, General He was abusing his power and casually convicting innocent citizens. This greatly disappointed her. The general was obliterated, and the dozens of soldiers kneeling on the ground trembled. The playboy on the ground was so scared that he peed his pants. After all, he instigated General He to arrest the Queen. Even if he had 10,000 lives, he wouldn't be able to survive. Whoosh! At this moment, a strong energy diffused. The playboy was bound and then, led by Queen Rose, flew to the city lord's mansion. Jun Changshao knew that this woman must have gone to trouble the city lord. After all, she had a powerful son. Wait, wasn't this a good opportunity to slip away? Swish! Without another word, Jun Changshao flew out of the city as fast as he could. Then, he randomly chose a direction and disappeared through space. After Queen Rose dealt with the mayor and his son, she arranged for a new commander of the city guards. When she came to the inn where she had stayed before, she found that the guy had disappeared. Only a toothbrush and a toothcup were left in front of the window. She shook her head and smiled. He ran away? It wasn't just running. He had already run thousands of miles away. Damn it! After finding a place to settle down, Jun Changshao said angrily and unwillingly, "When have I ever suffered such a huge loss?" His life had always been smooth sailing on the Starfall continent. Yet, after coming to the Spiritas continent, he was bullied like an aggrieved wife. The system was very puzzled. "I still can't figure out why the host wants to run." "Nonsense," Jun Changshao said. "That woman is the queen of the Soul Tribe continent. If she finds out that I'm a human from the Falling Star continent, the consequences will be dire." "Host, don't you know why you are so handsome? Isn't being handsome meant to seduce the Empress? Don't hit people in the face, don't expose people's shortcomings." The system's sharp words were simply too king satisfying. "I'm just bragging. Do you have to be so sarcastic?" Jun Changshao said helplessly, "Besides, we've been together for so long. Don't you know that in order to develop the sect, I've already cut off all feelings between men and women?" "Bah!" The system said, "You want to cut it off, but unfortunately you don't." Jun Changshao grabbed his neck and roared angrily, "I'm already very annoyed. If you keep talking, do you believe that I won't immediately perish together with you?" Come on. Under the setting sun, Goshin grabbed himself and swayed left and right. If a passerby saw this, they would definitely think that he was a big idiot. However, after messing around, the system said seriously, "Since that woman is the queen of the Soul Tribe, if the host subdues her, isn't it equivalent to subduing the entire plane?" Huh! Jun Changshao's expression froze. When he saw the opportunity, he only cared about running away and did not consider that if he subdued the boss here, wouldn't he become the boss of bosses? Now that there's a side mission and the other party is the queen of the Soul Tribe, as long as you defeat her, You can kill two birds with one stone, the system said. Jun Changshao was silent. The system said again, a high and mighty queen usually has many experts protecting her and rarely walks around outside. If the host runs away this time, it will probably be harder to find her in the future. Why didn't you say so earlier? I just remembered. Jun Changshao sat on a rock, his eyes filled with regret. The system was right. To be able to accidentally meet the queen of the Soul tribe, who was not accompanied by experts, was indeed the best opportunity to subdue her. Instead of fighting for it, he foolishly ran away. If he wanted to see her again in the future, he would probably have to go to the forbidden area of the palace. He, who had watched many TV dramas, naturally knew that the place where such a big boss of a plane lived would definitely be impregnable and filled with experts. If I go back now, will it be too late? Jun Changshao asked. Unlikely. Jun Changshao sighed and said, if I miss it, then so be it. When the space-time worm wakes up, I'll leave this place first and raise my cultivation level before coming back again. I bought the universal talisman for nothing. How could that be? It's not a bad idea to keep it as a trump card. Jun Changshao really could not bear to use such a talisman that could raise one's cultivation level. If he could use his strength to defeat the queen of the Soul tribe in the future, it would definitely be for the best. Let's go. I'll find a hidden place and take out the space-time secret realm. Let's see if it can speed up and let the space-time worm wake up from its slumber. After making his choice, Jun Changshao set off. However, he had only taken a few steps when he turned around with a stiff expression. He saw a graceful figure looming in the distant area where yellow sand was flying. Xiao Bai. Queen Rose walked over and said with a smile, we haven't fought yet. How can you run away? Jun Changshao looked calm on the surface, but he roared in his heart, how did she find me? The system guessed, maybe when she came in contact with you, she secretly left a special mark on you. Jun Changshao shook his head, then sat down and gave her a side profile. He said with a melancholy expression, I'm not running away. I just came out to see the scenery. Do you need to run 100,000 miles to see the scenery? Queen Rose laughed. Don't worry. Jun Changshao said, a gentleman's word cannot be taken back. Since we have a bet after all. His expression suddenly became serious, and he said, there will be a battle. I'm looking forward to it. Queen Rose raised her hand and used energy to bind Goxing. What is the meaning of this? I'm afraid you'll sneak out to see the scenery again. A warrior would rather die than be humiliated. Jun Changshao's face turned red and he said angrily, Fight! Fight now! Your injuries have healed? Yes. Are you sure you don't want to wait a few more days? Now, immediately, you and I fight. Whoosh! Queen Rose touched the rope of flowing light and said, Few people have set foot in this area. It's suitable for battle. Chapter 11:11. He thought that he wouldn't have another chance if he missed it. He didn't expect that woman to chase after him like a dogskin plaster. Since that was the case, then don't blame June for being merciless. As for stalling for time, sorry, there was no need for that anymore. As long as he subdued this Soul Queen, not to mention any information related to the Soul Continent, controlling the entire world would not be a problem. Whoosh! Whoosh! In the desert, the wind howled. Jun Changshao stood proudly, already wearing the azure yang set. Warning! Warning! This was not a drill, nor was it any fantasy. It was a real battle. Rose Queen smiled and said, Your equipment is quite good. As the saying goes, clothes make the man. In addition, Jun Changshao was handsome to begin with. With equipment similar to the Heavenly Strategies school uniform, he was so handsome that it shocked the world and made ghosts cry. Cut the crap. Jun Changshao said indifferently, Show me your weapon. Rose Queen shook her head and said, This queen has always liked to be barehanded because it feels like punching the opponent's flesh. Clang. Jun Changshao drew his true yang sword and said, "Then let's fight." Whoosh, using his movement technique, he turned into a stream of light and rushed over. The first and second forms of the Ling Jian divine art were used together. First, he gathered the sword momentum in the sky, then slashed out densely packed sword energy. This was definitely the most serious battle Jun Changshao had ever fought since he broke through to Wusheng. Because if he didn't fight like this, he wouldn't be able to win. Rose Queen shook her head and said, "Your combat strength after recovery seems to be no different from before you were injured." Whoosh, 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 bang, bang, bang. Numerous jade-like hands appeared out of thin air, easily grabbing the incoming sword chi before crushing it into pieces. Ka, Jun Changshao still rushed over. Mechanical wings condensed behind him, and his right fist was armed with steel. In a normal battle, using the true yang set and armed wings was already considered a trump card for him. However, it would be difficult for him to defeat Rose Queen, who was above Wu Sheng in the Great Perfection stage. Therefore, he had already grasped the talisman of heaven and earth in his hand. Jun Changshao didn't use it immediately. First, he used his current cultivation base to give the other party a false impression that his strength was only SOSO. Then, when the other party wasn't paying attention, he unleashed a ferocious attack. Boom! His plan was pretty good, but as soon as he got close, he was sent flying by the opponent's punches. He then struggled to stabilize himself in the air. Rose Queen shook her head. "Is this your true strength?" Originally, he thought that after his injuries were healed, he would give him a big surprise, but in the end, he was greatly disappointed. Damn it! Jun Changshao once again felt that he was being looked down upon, so he angrily gripped his sword with both hands. His body of holy flames erupted, and all kinds of flames gathered on his sword, forming a rainbow light. Rose Queen was surprised. "So you're a fire elementalist?" This could be considered a pleasant surprise. After all, there were very few martial artists in the Spiritus continent who cultivated both sword and fire. Swoosh, whoosh. Jun Changshao once again displayed the linear sword technique. With the support of the fire element, the sword chi that burst out immediately carried scorching flames. Wherever it passed, scorching marks were left in the air. Rose Queen didn't dare to be careless. She used her graceful movement technique to shuttle between the sword and fire. If it were a man, the scene would definitely be unbearable. However, when performed by a peerless beauty, it was as if she was dancing under the special effects of reality and illusion. It was beautiful beyond compare. Swoosh, swoosh. Jun Changshao didn't hold back and poured all the power of the sword and fire into the true yang sword. He crazily displayed the Ling Jian God technique, and endless sword chi swept out like a rainstorm. Swish, Rose Queen dodged left and right. Her right hand drew an arc in the air, and a powerful psionic energy burst out across the air. Boom! Jun Changshao placed his sword in front of him in time to withstand the powerful bombardment. He immediately flew back like a cannonball. Too weak. On the way, Rose Queen appeared out of thin air. Her right hand once again condensed power and formed a palm print from top to bottom, directly slapping him to the ground. This two-hit combo was too fast. If there was a martial artist present, he would definitely be dumbfounded. Jun Changshao didn't know what level Rose Queen had reached, but he clearly understood that the gap between him and her was like a big realm. Damn it! Swish! He flew up, raised the true yang sword high and shouted angrily, "Scarlet sky raging flames slash!" Hoo-hoo! Flames rose, and a large area seemed to have turned into a sea of fire in an instant. Then, it violently rolled and gathered together, forming a huge flame slash. Yi Xingchen used a weapon to perform self-slash back then, which gave him a lot of ideas. Therefore, when he was managing the sect, he often wondered if a spiritual force-type martial technique like the Scarlet Sky Raging Flame Slash could be combined with a weapon to unleash a stronger power. Later, He really figured it out. Hoo hoo. Hoo hoo hoo. Under the support of the scorching flames and the cold sword, the power was indeed stronger than before. If it was Lon Jingting, he would definitely be shocked. But at this moment, he was facing Rose Queen. Not only was she not scared, but she was also pleased. At least you have some ability. But, she gently raised her hand and water droplets appeared in the air, and then gradually gathered in front of her, forming a weak water flow. She said, "No matter how hot the fire is, it will be extinguished when it meets water." Damn. This woman also knows water? Jun Changshao couldn't care less about water restraining fire. He raised the true yang sword and slashed out another scarlet sky raging flame slash. Hoo hoo. Hoo hoo hoo. Two huge flaming sword lights pressed forward, and the power was so strong that the space was scorched black and collapsed. Swish. Rose Queen's right hand gently waved, and the water attribute gathered in front of her splashed out, and gradually condensed into the shape of two phoenixes. The flames were like dragons. The water was like phoenixes. Two forms, two powers, a battle of dragons and phoenixes. Ka 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 ka. The space couldn't bear the burden and could only collapse to express that it was very uncomfortable and wanted to cry. Boom. Boom. In the end, the two different forces collided violently in midair, forming an extremely hot atmosphere on one side and an extremely refreshing one on the other. Jun Changxiao's face was slightly ferocious. After the collision of moves, he could clearly feel that the opponent's water power had the upper hand. Although his fire power could still compete, it would be completely suppressed sooner or later. Swish! Jun Changxiao put his sword back into the spatial ring, and then took a horse stance in midair. He clapped his hands together, and his index and middle fingers protruded out. His black hair fluttered in the wind as he roared, "7 mysterious sunglow! Hoo hoo! Hoo hoo!" Two special red and orange energies instantly gathered in the sky, and instantly filled his body, and gradually compressed between his two fingers, forming a dazzling light. Rose Queen frowned. This light was a bit familiar. Break! With a shout with an echo, red and orange light beams suddenly burst out from Jun Changxiao's fingertips. The speed was so fast that it seemed to have pierced through the space in an instant, and rushed to Rose Queen in the blink of an eye. Boom boom. It was above the divine grade, and it came from the first and second volumes of the martial arts. The impact was very strong, and it directly sent Rose Queen flying thousands of feet away before she could stabilize her body. Swish! The defense enchantment in front of her that was dented by the bombardment gradually dissipated. She raised her head and said angrily with a pink face, "The remnant scroll that I kept close to me was stolen by you." Remnant scroll? Stolen? Jun Changxiao's face was full of question marks. Swish! At this moment, the space suddenly shook, and Rose Queen appeared in front of him. She said with her phoenix eyes wide open, "Looking at you acting like a dog, it turns out that you're a thief." Boom! In an instant, the ground within a radius of dozens of miles instantly caved in by several feet, and dust rose all over the sky, covering the sun,